buddy. A team.
Can you dig it?
Sucker! Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Rob Brown Show. Live on the radio. The Fan Upstate. Welcome in. Great to have you. Happy Tuesday?
It is Tuesday. Good job, you.
Thanks. I got to tell you, the days are all blurs at this point. We're just making it up as we go, people. Welcome in the foremost electrifying hours of sports talk, entertainment, and shenanigans that you're going to find anywhere on your radio at this or any point in time. I am Rob Brown. The pleasure is mine, though not exclusively, because on the other side of the metaphorical glass and the literal controls, the man in charge of this and every radio program that you've ever enjoyed, even if only for seconds. The great one, Lonzo, is here as well. We are honored to have you all with us every AM from 6 till 10 a.m. And what a day we have lined up for you this morning. We have got to get to some NFL. I want to put together, I did put together a list of what I believe will be the most impactful NFL offseason moves. We are talking about the big names, quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, draft prospects, etc. The players that we think will have the most impact on their team heading into the year of 2025. We are, as mentioned yesterday, now just 6 days away from doing the show live next week at the College Football Hall of Fame for the 2025 Southeastern Conference Media Days. We are also 15 days away from doing the show live in Charlotte, North Carolina for the ACC football kickoff, which means, as Lonzo loves to point out to you every time, and correctly so, the college football season is upon us. And
NFL season starts Saturday.
If you are keeping track of camps, NFL camps open this Saturday for the two teams participating in the NFL Pro Football Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio. We are 23 days away from the start of the National Football League preseason. Just like that, it feels like the Super Bowl was yesterday. And here we are, less than 4 weeks away from the start of the NFL preseason, 6 days away from the start of SEC Media Days, 15 days away from the start of the ACC Media Days, 4 days away from 2 NFL camps opening up, and then, 11 days away from the rest of NFL camps opening up. And once camp gets here, for the NFL folks amongst you, once media days get here for the college football minded amongst you, ladies and gentlemen, you gotta feel the vibe at that point. If you don't feel the vibe at that point, you need to see a doctor or healthcare professional, because I feel the vibe, and we're still 6 days away from next Monday rattling the walls of the College Football Hall of Fame with the most uproarious celebration that we can throw. By the way, the Gamecocks will be there at SEC Media Days on Monday. I am scheduled to have a discussion later on today to attempt to organize the getting Shano, buddy of the show, Shane Beamer, on the show next Monday, as well as a couple of Gamecock players. I will let you know when they get solidified. Again, I have been told by just about every entity that I have reached out to setting up interviews and whatnot. I have been told by just about every entity that I've spoken to that, yes, we will put you on the list. We will get you down for some tentative times, but just be aware that the schedule is largely set, and some of these interviews may be coming off the air and unfortunately, some of them may not materialize, or we may have to give you somebody other than who we schedule at the time. So it's gonna be in flux. But here's what I would suggest to you. What I would suggest to you is first and foremost to follow me on social media at The Rob Brown Show, at The Rob Brown Show. And I would suggest that you follow me there to start because I will be going live on Instagram. I'll be going live on Twitter. I'll be going live on the Book of Face. I'll be going live across the social media while we are in Atlanta. I will be going over on Sunday afternoon, checking into the hotel Sunday afternoon, and then depending on what the schedule looks like the rest of the day, may or may not get our first glimpse at the College Football Hall of Fame on Sunday evening as I go over there to get everything set up for Monday's broadcast. The first go live may be on Monday, depending on if I make it there for the setup period on Sunday, if I'm able to get in for the setup period on Sunday, et cetera, et cetera. So follow me on social media at TheFanUpstate. That is also where I will be listing the schedules of interviews as I get them, as they are committed, as they are added to the rotation. I will let you know. So follow me at The Rob Brown Show across all of the social media, and keep up to date with everything going on at SEC Media Days, and then carry it on through to ACC Media Days just a week later in Charlotte, North Carolina. We got a lot we need to get to in the football world. I do want to get to this later because we are rapidly wrapping up ranking season. It is peak off-season, a.k.a. ranking season. This is a point in time where folks who do not care to talk about the NFL, do not care to talk about Major League Baseball, do not care to talk about soccer, do not care to talk about any of the other sports, basically college football first shows. And I'm not judging. I understand college football is king.
You sound like judging a little.
I'm not judging.
I mean, if you point something out, aren't you kind of? I mean, maybe.
No, I think I'm simply pointing out that there are outlets that are 24/7, 365, nothing but college football, and that's not what this show is, was, or ever has been, or ever will be. This show is all the sports show. But I also recognize the kingdom upon which I broadcast. I also recognize the area. And I understand it's a college football market, first and foremost. So we are going to do a little ranking. Now, I am going to tell you that one of the ones that I wanted to break down, I'm not even going to say we're going to do the ranking. You've probably figured out by now that the ranking discussions on this show are ordinarily judging other people's rankings. If they're going to put all the work into doing the ranking, then I'm just going to judge the ranking. I'll let them do the hard part. And by the hard part, I mean make up your list of criteria. I want to get to The Athletic, who put together yesterday the top 100 rivalries in college sports, in college football, pardon me. Put together the top 100 rivalries in college football, but I would like to approach it from the standpoint of rank those rivalries today. Rank those rivalries in where they stand today. I am talking about an added importance on actual competitiveness in the rivalry, right? Like, let's not talk about the records dating back to 1903. Let's talk about the rankings in the last 5 years. Let's talk about the records against each other over the past 5 years. I'm not talking about rivalries that are even competitive lately alone. I want to talk about rivalries where there's actual stakes involved. Not just the pride of the two fan bases, right? I'm not talking about a rivalry where two schools have been battling for state supremacy for 1,000 years and, you know, the pride of the state is on the line. I am talking about rivalries where they may impact who's going to a college football playoff this year. They may impact two teams that are fighting for postseason accolades. They may influence individual awards based on how rivalry games play out. So I want to kind of analyze that through the lens of not just that the rivalries are intense, not just that the rivalries are passionate, but that the rivalries are actually playing for something. Like, it doesn't matter how bad, if ever, the two teams are. We know that when Michigan and Ohio State get together, we know that when Auburn and Alabama get together, we know when Army-Navy get together, we know that those games are going to be intense. They are going to be filled with passion and surrounded by passion. The level of petty and dedication that it must take for a school to have students go around the campus and put an X over every letter M that exists on the campus. That is certified hater mode. And I am very here for it, to be clear. But I also think that the last couple of years, when we have had that rivalry game dictate which of those teams may go and win a Big Ten championship, which of those teams may make it into the playoffs at all, which of those teams might be bumped out of the Big Ten championship, and therefore might create a world where they've got to hope that the other wins the Big Ten championship and eliminates another playoff bubble team so that they can sneak in the back door. There's an elevated sense of importance this year. I'm going to tell you right now, I think the Iron Bowl this year might be the most anticipated rivalry game for me. I'm not, again, prognostication. That's the part of the football season we're in right now. But I say that because on one hand, Kalen DeBoer is, let's be clear, not coaching for his job yet. Okay? I think the people who are calling for Kalen DeBoer to be questioned right now are being a little aggressive. You're being a little over the top. You're being a little dramatic. He ain't there yet. However, I do think that if Alabama is not sitting going into the final week as a 10-1 football team, absolute worst, like 9-2 football team, then that Auburn game becomes a benchmark for him. Because if they finish the year, let's say 9-3, but they got beat by Auburn, that's going to be a mark that I think a lot of Bama fans are going to start looking and going, is this the guy? Is this the guy? Is this what we're going to do? On the flip side, I'm looking at Hugh Freeze at Auburn. And the Auburn folks right now are not super thrilled with him because the last couple of years, there has been a lot of discussion about the success that Auburn is having on the recruiting trail. It's happening again this year. The success that Auburn is having in the NIL and portal worlds, that is happening again this year. And I think Auburn fans right now are kind of looking at this through the lens of we haven't had a chance to be good that is this good in a long time. And if we don't take advantage of that, if we don't strike while the metaphorical iron is hot, then what are we doing? And is this the guy? Is this where we're going to be moving forward, or is this what our football program is? I'm calling a shot right now. And I do not think it is too early for this. Hugh Freeze is a guy that obviously came to Auburn with baggage. He is a guy that obviously came to Auburn with a little drama around him. He's a guy that obviously, when he was hired by Auburn, had Auburn faithful asking a lot of questions. Is this the right guy to lead us right now with everything that he has going on in his life personally and professionally? And I think it's a more than fair question to ask. Now, if Hugh Freeze is here going on 3 years and Auburn just can't seem to get over the hump, And if they end up this year, and here's the shot that I'm calling. If Auburn does not get to 9 wins this year with the team they are rolling out, and we're going to talk about this later on in the show because, why not start talking about coaches getting fired before the season starts, right? Let's just get the hot takes out of the way. I genuinely think that if Auburn doesn't make it to 9-3, if Auburn isn't knocking on the door of I'm going to say outside playoff bid, like 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, in that range, if Auburn's not in that spot, I think this might be it for Hugh Freeze. I think they might look and we're willing to, because this is sports and it's kind of part of the landscape. We are willing to overlook personal transgressions if you're winning football games. We are willing to overlook personal transgressions if you are taking us to high-level bowl games, if you are taking us to the playoffs, if you are taking us and putting us, at least now, in an outside position to steal one of the final playoff spots. If you're getting us there, then I think we're going somewhere. But if you can't get us there, like with everything going on in your life, we expect success. With everything that has happened to you and we gave you this chance, we expect success. And they've got everything that they have needed over the past couple of years to be there, and they're not. So I think that Iron Bowl this year has added importance. Because for Kalen DeBoer, the guy who followed the guy at Alabama, it may very well be the, see, I'm your guy game. And for Auburn, for Hugh Freeze, it may very well be the, hey, I'm not your guy face. So that game has added importance. So I don't just want to look through rivalries through the traditional standpoint of like, Joey B's in the chat. He says the rivalry list is Ohio State, Michigan, then Alabama, Georgia, then everybody else. And in terms of importance, those games are absolutely at the top. Alabama, Georgia, in my experience, not traditionally considered one of the big rivalry games, but over the past 10 years, it has developed into that. And I do think that there is a chance this year it could get back to that. So I want to look at rivalry games this year kind of through the 2025 lens of which ones might be carrying the most weight at the end of the year. We're going to talk Hornets because Con Knippel was on ESPN, first pick for the Charlotte Hornets at number 4 overall. Going to make his debut with that team on Friday. We'll start looking ahead to that and a whole lot more. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rob Brown Show is on your radio. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, good morning. Y'all stay right there. We got a live read, and we'll be right back. Hang out. BRB. It is the Rob Brown Show, and let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, about our friends at QC Kinetics. The nation... right, this is going to be kind of a throwaway segment, but it's also not. I have a genuine question for you. Is it important, and how important? And I wouldn't say it is necessarily for me something that changes my perspective on a guy, but I do appreciate it more when an athlete connects with the fan base of the team that he plays for. They're not obligated to, right? They're not required to. They are required to do one thing, which is go out there and do the job you're paid to do. Be the best whatever player that you can be. But I do like it when I can get into the fandom a little bit more, because the dude that's wearing the jersey of the team that I like represents me. One of my favorite things every year is that after the Saints, for instance, are done putting their offseason acquisitions together, their draft picks, their free agents, whatever. One of the things that the Saints do every year is they host at the facility a big crawfish boil for all the new guys. And they make a big social media deal out of it. They bring all the new guys in, and they have the vets there, and the vets teach them how to peel and eat a crawfish, suck the head, pinch the tail, the classics, right? And they go around with the young guys or the new guys, and they have them peel and eat crawfish and then basically just talk about it. And I find myself every year, whenever they do this, kind of latching on to a new dude or two who goes, yo, this is like the best thing I've ever had in my life. Because a good crawfish boil is that. And again, crawfish boils are more about the socialization than they are the actual food, right? Like, you're going to be standing there doing as much cleaning of the crawfish, cracking open, peeling the crawfish, as you are eating the crawfish. So it's really about standing around a table with a big group of people, socializing, fellowship, whatever. And the food is like just a thing that you're doing well, but also a good crawfish boil is spectacular. So the reason I bring this up is I have been saying since the NBA draft that I am actually, for the first time since I moved here, pretty excited about the direction of the Charlotte Hornets right now. I love this offseason for the Charlotte Hornets. I love the acquisitions in terms of free agency. I love the acquisitions they went through in terms of the trades they made. And I genuinely like the draft class. It may not be the most exciting in terms of raw talent, in terms of electricity from players. Con Knipple is a good wing player. He may be a great wing player at the NBA level, but he is a very good wing player. But it's not about his talent level as a winger. It's about the fact that he's a good NBA player, or I think he's going to be a good NBA player, and I think he very much fits the Hornets as an organization and fits what the Hornets are trying to build right now. I have said a couple of times this offseason, I got a lot of respect for Charles Lee, their head coach, because I think this guy kind of has a grip on how important culture is in the NBA. You've got to have a great team culture. I think it is probably one of the more overlooked aspects of the NBA. And I think you can look at certain teams and put a finger on that. The two teams that made it to the finals this year, the Thunder and the Pacers, those teams have two of the most established and I would say definable cultures in the NBA. Look at the teams that have struggled over the last couple of years that maybe were not expected to. I would honestly say, as much as I'm a Bron stan, the Lakers right now. When Anthony Davis showed up in LA leading into that 2020 season, the COVID year, I thought the Lakers actually had a really good culture about him. Since J.J. Redick showed up, I think they are working to establish a new culture. But I think under Hamlin, the last coach, Coach Ham, they kind of lost it. I think Charles Lee gets that. And I think you can kind of look at this team and see the culture that they are trying to develop presently. Well, I would make the argument That with Con Knippel, with Sion James, with Kalkbrenner, the big man out of Creighton, I think you see culture, locker room guys that you can look at their college careers and you can say, these dudes buy into the system, whatever the system might be. Different systems, but they buy into it. I also gave Charles Lee credit last year because there was a point in the season where LaMelo Ball was playing all-star caliber basketball on the offensive side of the floor. But then they kind of bumped into a problem because LaMelo Ball kind of got into a spot where he was playing on one half of the basketball court. He was playing offense. He was going down. He was a walking bucket. And then he'd score. He'd go back to the other end. And then he'd just kind of just base level D up as a guy crossed midcourt. Didn't really attack. Didn't really play high pressure defense. Just kind of was there. And Charles Lee sat him for like a game or two. Sat him, put him in the reserve role, and basically said, you're going to play on both ends or you're going to play on neither. And he took some criticism for that. How in the world are you going to sit a guy who's playing all-star caliber offensive levels? And Charles Lee said, like this, and put him on the bench. Now, LaMelo Ball had to earn his way back into the starting five. I think it was like 1 or 2 games. Like, it wasn't long, but it was long enough to send the message. And I think you saw some effort on the other end. Now, did that lead to the injury with the ankle? I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I think the desire of Charles Lee to establish and ingrain a team culture there became pretty obvious to me in that moment. So this draft, you ended up with, I think, 3 culture guys. And not only that, but you ended up with a 7-footer. It allowed you to get Mark Williams out of there, who, after the failed trade last year, I think a lot of people were ready to see move on. You went and you got Colin Sexton out of Utah. You want to talk about a hustle monster. And not only did you do that, but you sent a mediocre trade out to go get a dude who was a backup guard on your team, a backup guard, was like a 16-8-4 guy. It's a great culture move. You went and got Spencer Dinwiddie, culture guy. You brought back Trey Mann, culture guy. I adore what this team is doing. Now, to bring me back to the start of this, here's why I asked the question. I genuinely can say I'm a New Orleans Pelicans guy. You're not going to sway me away from supporting the hometown squad. Just never will, okay? But I do like when I can like the local teams. I like when I can like them. That's not to say I like every local team, but I do like it when I can like them. I want to like this Hornets team. I want to like this Hornets team because of what I just talked about. I like the culture they're building. I love the roster they're putting together. I think they're probably, at this point, like 1 star away from being a really good basketball team. Like, they're going to need to find one more guy. And it might be one of the guys you drafted. Because right now, my guess is that right now, Con Knippel starting, Ryan Kalkbrenner is starting. We'll see where Sion James fits into all this. I don't believe he signed his contract yet. In fact, I don't think he's going to be a two-way guy. I think everybody they brought in is going to be a one-way player, going to be an NBA main roster player. So the reason I bring this up is because I was watching ESPN this morning before I came into the studio. I was over in the Fortress of Nerditude. I don't usually turn the TV in the morning because my ADHD medication hasn't clicked in yet, and I'll end up dialing in on 9 different things and being good at none of them. But I had it on this morning, and it just happened to be that Con Knippel was on TV. Charlotte Hornets start their summer league games on Friday. Some teams have already started up. Their first one is on Friday, and Con Knippel is going to be playing summer league ball. Most of the rooks are going to be playing summer league ball, so it's going to be our first look at Con Knippel in a Hornets jersey. And I'm pretty pumped about that, to be honest with you. I'll be hosting BetMGM tonight on Friday. That's going to be on the big TV. I want to see what this team looks like. I want to see what these players look like, the youth. So they have Con Knippel on SportsCenter. And I don't know who was hosting because I wasn't looking at the TV, but one of the guys hosting said, all right, new guy down in the Carolinas, want to ask you a couple of identity questions. And they asked him 2. They asked him first and foremost, you get to pick one. And he's a Milwaukee guy. He's a Wisconsin guy. They said, barbecue or bratwurst? And I thought this is a moment to connect with the Carolinas, big on the barbecue down here, right? Even in Charlotte, big on the barbecue. And he goes, oh, you talking about like a big fat Milwaukee bratwurst? Guy's like, yeah, Milwaukee, like beer brat. And the guy goes, oh, bratwurst, not even a question. It's bratwurst over barbecue. Now, I don't really have an issue with that, okay? I'm like, okay, I get that. I'm a big brat guy.
By the way, I agree with him.
I agree with him unless the barbecue is top tier. Top tier barbecue might be the best thing outside of great seafood. It's like great seafood, great barbecue, bratwurst is my order. Bacon on any of it. Then they asked him one more. They said, all right, last one. Cheese curds or Krispy Kreme? And he looked in the camera as if the man had just told him on live TV, I did your mom. He looks in the camera and he's like, cheese curds. Like, that's not, he was offended by the question. He said, cheese curds or Krispy Kreme? And the guy said, Con Knipple said, cheese curds. Like he was angry about it. Now, I'm going to say this. Look at me. I love cheese curds. All right? They're good. Deep fried cheese. It's like baby mozzarella bites. All right? Like baby fried cheese. I love a cheese curd. I will, if I go to a restaurant and somebody goes, they got good curds here, I am going to order 2. I love a cheese curd. But if you're telling me straight up you're taking cheese curds over Krispy Kreme, over a hot now sign, over that flashing red light that says these bad boys just came out the machine and that glaze is piping, oof. It's kind of hard for me to connect there. So here's what I'm going to need, Con Knipple. In order to get over, I can get over brats over barbecue because most barbecue's not great barbecue. You get great barbecue, you'll change your mind. But cheese curds over Krispy Kreme, I'm going to say this. I'm going to need about 20 a game out of you for me to now feel like I can connect, okay? I'm going to need like 20 a game out of you for me to be able to say, I am willing to overlook cheese curds over a good, hot, Krispy Kreme, fresh now sign donut. That's a tough answer. All right, we talked about rivalries a few minutes ago. Let's bring that back up here in just a minute. Let's take a look at the 2025, the Athletics' best rivalries in football, and let's put them through the lens of what games matter now, this year, upcoming. We'll do that next on The Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
I mean, I'm okay with fried cheese, but it's never going to be my choice of a side unless I have no choice. I mean, if it's there, I'll eat it. But if I can have fries or onion rings instead, I'm going with fries. Plus, I talked about a study on the Pulse Saturday where eating cheese before you go to bed can cause nightmares. So if you've ever ate cheese before you went to bed and had a nightmare, it's because of the cheese. And someone got paid or got a grant to study whether cheese causes nightmares. I'm not really talking to you. I'm talking to them. I mean, you know.
I assume that.
Yeah.
Cracker Barrel has the best curds I've ever. Cracker Barrel has the best curds.
Yeah, have they been around for a while, though? I mean, you know, I'm not talking about the Cracker Barrel.
I get Cracker Barrel once, twice a year tops, and usually it is if I am driving back to Florida and traffic through Atlanta is a butthole. There is a Cracker Barrel just on this side of Atlanta. It's either this side or right on the other side. I think it's this side of Atlanta, and I don't know what city it's in. But there's a Cracker Barrel right off the interstate that if I know traffic sucks through Atlanta, I will stop and I will go in and I will get a good meal so that I'm like, at least I'm content while I'm sitting in Atlanta traffic. So I get Cracker Barrel like once, twice a year. And cheese curds are one of those things that, like, if I'm going to eat cheese curds, I have to know I'm not doing anything for the next handful of hours, right? Like sitting in a car in traffic after I've just eaten a handful of cheese curds, not the play for me. Like I need to know I can go sit down on a couch, unbutton my pants, and just be a fat, worthless sack of crap for like an hour and a half. And then I will destroy some cheese curds. But if I got to sit in the car for like 4 more hours, and I know it's not as simple as like just, oh, you know that feeling? Then I'm out. But I love a cheese curd. I'm just saying, if Con Knippel's going to say cheese curds over Krispy Kreme, I'm going to need 20 a game for me to say I connect with you as a dude who's bought in.
I see this. Sounds like, hey, you're from here. You can't like where you're from anymore. You now live here, so you have to like what we like. You know what?
No.
Like what you like.
As somebody that is,
by the way, I would
have
have chose Krispy Kreme, and I would have chose Krispy Kreme even before I moved here. I'm going to pick a donut over a cheese curd. I'm just going to do that.
As somebody who very clearly,
but I will say this: I would take French fries over a Krispy Kreme.
No, not me.
Any day of the week. Twice on Sunday, as they say.
Also, Con Knippel has the same initials as Krispy Kreme. My man, you're running yourself out an endorsement contract.
And Kris Kringle. I mean, I'm sure there are several Marvel characters with KK. And I would take just about any French fry over a donut.
So first off, when you have these discussions,
well, it's such an oddball thing because it's not comparing like things. And
let me say, I understand, but that's the fun of the conversation.
Yeah.
My thing would be, I think you need to establish: are we talking about your average run of the mill fry, just like generic average run of the mill, or are we talking about a place that like they do fry? There was a place in Pensacola, I forget the name, Hopjacks. It's called Hopjacks. They had a duck fat French fry that I'd fight a man for an order of them, right? But that's the exception, not the rule. The Robert. Oh, my mic is on. I just couldn't hear myself in the headphones. I was like, damn, one on Tuesday? No, we're good. We got this. All right. We got this. We're good. The Athletic has put together its list of college football's 100 best rivalries. Lonzo, do you want to start at the top and hit the highlights on the way down, or do you want to start at the bottom and hit the highlights on the way up? What do you think is the better way to handle this? I think we work our way up, right?
As long as you get to number one before the end of the segment.
Yeah, so. I think so. I won't spend a ton of time on the ones that are down towards the bottom, but here's what I want to do. What I want to do is
your alma mater on there at all?
The University of West Florida did not make the list, though I will say UWF v. Delta State has got some absolute certified bangers over the last couple of years. They should be on the list. The University of West Florida Argonauts taking on the Delta State Okra. I think that's what they are. They used to be that.
Really?
Yeah, no, that's not a joke.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not kidding.
Okra?
Yeah. Let me see if it's still that.
Wow, nothing more menacing than going out and lining up against the Okra.
Let me see if they I want to say, oh no, they're the Statesmen now. Boo! Boo!
We are the Delta State Statesmen.
Or maybe that was just a nickname. Okay, yeah. Delta State University has the Fighting Okra as their unofficial mascot. Their school name is the Delta State Statesmen.
What the heck is a Fighting Okra? Is it fighting your stomach? I mean,
I don't know what the hell's a hokey. We all roll with that. Hokey's not even a real thing. At least okra is a real thing.
No, I think hokey is a real thing.
All right, looking at the top of the list, moving down. Now, here's what I want to do for this. What I want to do, we're just going to run through these. We're not going to spend a bunch of time on each of them. But I want you to tell me where these rivalries go. But I want to do it through, because college football starts in 6 days live at SEC Media Days, will the show be? I want to do it through a 2025 lens. I want you to tell me how the rivalries stack up based on this year. I'm talking about the rivalries have been competitive. The rivalries mean something, and the rivalries have stakes. Like there's something on the line. It's not just a rivalry game. You also know that there's something on the line. Now, I don't want to get into the discussion again, or at least not right here, of will the college football playoff kind of diminish rivalries to some degree? Because the answer is yes. If Michigan and Ohio State both get to the rivalry and they're both 11-0, they're both going to the playoffs. Now, they're fighting for the Big Ten title and therefore the bye. That might go away a little bit once we go to 16 and there are no buys anymore. But, yeah, they diminish a little bit. But at the same time, they absolutely don't. Because a rivalry means whatever it means to you, to us, to fans, right? So, looking at it through the 2025 lens, where do these rivalries rank? Number 100, LSU, Mississippi State. Mississippi State's trying to make something of themselves. LSU, Brian Kelly, every rivalry game for Brian Kelly this year is on this list for me. Because Brian Kelly may very well lose his job at the end of this year if he doesn't win most of those. They've got Middle Tennessee versus Western Kentucky. Number 98, Arkansas, Mizzou. All right. 2 up-and-comers, I guess, trying to prove that they deserve to be there, I guess. Number 97, UCF, USF. This is definitely a big rivalry if you live in one of those 2 areas. If you don't, you don't care. Tampa and Orlando.
Wait, those are 2 different schools?
Those are 2 different schools, as is notated by the fact that one is UCF and one is USF.
Oh, okay.
Because they have different names because they're different things.
I thought it was like one was in Spanish and one was in... Okay.
Number 96, New Mexico State. Don't know anything about it. Number 95, Richmond versus William and Mary. I've actually heard that gets heated on the lower level scale. Number 94, the Mid-American Conference all MAC rivalries. The Athletic just said every rivalry in this conference is in one slot. All right, I respect it. Number 93, Williams and Amherst. Number 92, Clemson, NC State. In the 2025 lens, I actually think this one goes higher. And I think it goes higher not because it's going to mean a ton. It will, because Clemson's a national championship contender this year. And a win for an NC State team, if they line up, would obviously be like a big, bonnet on the resume. That's all well and good. Isn't it kind of more Dabo v. Doring now? Isn't it a little bit more Dabo versus Dave Doring? It's a little more head coaches rivalry because it is not a secret that these 2 teams don't like each other at all.
I was going to say, if a coach hates a team, you hate a team too.
Yeah, it's not a secret that these 2 teams do not like. Sorry, scratch that. These 2 head coaches do not like each other. That being said, that game is not on the regular season schedule for Clemson this year. So we will not get to see it unless it ends up being an ACC title game matchup. Number 91, Colorado State. In 2025, this one's taken a step up because Colorado State has not been shy about saying, we don't care if Theon's over there. We don't care. We're coming for you. And on the other hand, this is one of those games that I think this year, without Shedeur, without Travis, Theon's got to prove himself a little bit. This one plays into that. Mount Union versus UW Whitewater is number 90. Maryland, Virginia at number 89. I've never heard that one as a rivalry.
By the way, I hated Mount Union.
I don't know anything about Mount Union. They got a good wrestling team, I believe.
They used to. They still probably play in the OAC. It's a division.
Okay.
I think they moved up from D3. They used to be in D3, and they were like D1 people who.
What's their mascot?
I don't remember.
He hates him so much he bleached him.
I believe they were purple.
I respect that. Number 88. 88.
College in 86, dude. I'm going to forget some stuff.
I was 1 in 86. Pitt, Syracuse. This one deserves to be more nationally recognized. The problem is the teams are just never good. It's a great rivalry. They do not like each other. It's just that the rivalry is never very good. Georgia Southern versus App State at number 87. Wake versus NC State at number 86. At number 85, Georgia versus South Carolina. Now let's keep it a buck. This one is low because South Carolina has not been competitive in this rivalry, with the exception of, 2 years ago, that you went down to Georgia looking for a soul to steal and you were in a bind because you had Georgia behind, but they were looking to not let you win the game? I thought I had something cooking there.
Well, you did for a while. You just lost that. You lost confidence.
I lost a lot. I just couldn't come up with deal and turn it into something else because I'd already used steal, so it wasn't there. This game would be higher if South Carolina competes. Let's say this. If the trajectory of the Gamecocks and what is expected of them this year materializes, and they do push forward, and they are able to ride the momentum, who, by the way, I haven't gotten to play it yet. Lenore Sellers in the new college football game is Michael Vick from Madden 07. I've been watching clips. Everybody's playing as the Gamecocks are going to be the most played as team in this game because Lenore Sellers is Madden 07 Michael Vick.
I think you still got to have some skill level to make it.
I mean, you do,
yeah.
But it's as close to a cheat code as you can get without using a cheat code. If South Carolina continues the upward trajectory and they can ride Lenore Sellers to a playoff spot this year, maybe they're threatening an SEC championship game at the end of the year, then I think this rivalry skyrockets up because Georgia's the final boss right now of that. Georgia and Texas are the final boss. If South Carolina is able to steal one from Georgia over the next couple of years when they line up against them, then I think that this one would go screaming up. And I only say that because South Carolina fans around here have told me at length that this is a rivalry game, even if it's not like recognized as a rivalry game.
There used to be scores like 15-12 and stuff like that. It was a weird game.
That being said, in the 2025 eyeball, this game is not on the regular season schedule this year. They've got number 84, Ohio State versus Illinois. Is that a rivalry game?
Yeah,
it might be with Brett Bielema there now. He'll make it one.
Not even about him. Illinois always seems to play Ohio State pretty tough.
I think everybody in that conference does, right? At least for years gone by, it's their Super Bowl.
They're scary.
Yeah. And number 83, Cincinnati versus Miami of Ohio. Number 82, Baylor versus Texas Tech. 81, this one deserves to be way higher on the list. Southern versus Grambling. To me, that's a top 10 rivalry in college football. Not only do these two teams absolutely despise each other, but I say it when I mean it. The two bands that put on a halftime show, they hate each other too. It's incredible. I have been to like 5 Southern Grambling games. They play it in the Superdome every year because the two schools can't hold the crowd that shows up for this. Either the game or the halftime competition. Sorry, concert. This deserves to be way up. Number 80, Tennessee versus Vanderbilt. Two Tennessee schools going at it. Another one that probably could be higher, would be higher.
Wait. Vanderbilt made the list?
Vanderbilt, I believe, is on this list twice. Huh. Yeah. And it's the thing, like, there's two ways we're looking at this. Number one is like the traditional definition of rivalry, right? Like these two, they just hate each other. Doesn't matter if one has won 50 in a row, they still hate each other. But I'm kind of looking at it through the lens of rivalries that are moving the needle this year. Tennessee Vandy's not there. Now, I'm really interested in Vanderbilt moving forward, and I'm interested in Vanderbilt moving forward because I think Clark Lee's a dude. How many pregame warm-up speeches from Clark Lee did we play last year? Like 9? Because the dude is a dude. Like he's like Brent Key at Georgia Tech. He's just a football guy. He's not going to look at the program and go, oh, we don't have the resources. We don't have the money. We don't have the NIL. He doesn't care about all that. He goes, give me 100 dudes, put them in a helmet. I'm going to find the dudes who want to go out there and win, and we're going to figure it out. And that's why Vandy beat Bama last year. This team is going to be a better version of Vanderbilt than you've ever seen before. And if Diego Pavia is allowed to play and runs it back from last year, this game could be kind of interesting. Number 79, I think we're just going to end up doing like 25 a segment scattered throughout the show. Number 79, Kentucky versus Louisville. Sure. When Louisville had their run there, their like Lamar Jackson era run, where they were really kind of trending up, I thought this, like, again, I don't know that it's going to register outside of the Bluegrass State, but I do think it was starting to register a little bit. Obviously, Louisville's kind of fallen off a little bit since then. Again, kind of another team that has a dude as a coach that they are in love with in Jeff Brom. I'm not really sold on Jeff Brom yet, but that team is better than it's been in a while. So I'm okay, cool. And let's see, where did we leave off? We left off at number 79. 78, Virginia Tech. I'd love for this one to be higher. Any state v. State U or any state v. Tech should be high on the list. Again, two teams that have just been wildly disappointing. Virginia made the move for Tony Elliott a couple of years ago. Hadn't really taken like we had hoped it would. Virginia Tech is such an interesting team because they were also super sold on Brent Pry. And I like Brent Pry. We've talked to Brent Pry at ACC Media Days. Like, he's another football dude. Problem is, he's very dry. Like, he's not a super, at least with us, with the media, he hasn't been like a super emotional dude. And I don't think guys are latching on the way they wanted to. On top of that, the recruiting classes under Brent Pry are just falling apart. And I don't know if that's because he can't communicate with the kids or what, or the parents or what, but the recruiting classes have just fallen apart. Number 77, North Carolina Duke. I thought 2 years ago, there was a chance this one was going to go skyrocketing up. Now, with Hoodie in the fold, and with Duke football, although it has fallen a little bit, Duke football the last 5 years has been the best football it's been since Steve Spurrier left. Maybe there's a chance this one goes up. Number 76, Clemson v. Georgia. Now, I think the reason this one's fallen as far as this one's fallen is because they just don't play it very often. Like, it's a historical rival. I would love for Clemson, Georgia to be a thing again. And if and when Clemson ever joins the SEC. Because, I don't know if they're going SEC or they're going Big Ten. And I don't know that we can know. I would love for this rivalry to go back to the roots, go back to the old school. I just don't. The setup's only going to be there if Clemson goes there. But, Clemson fans, is Georgia still a rivalry in the back of your mind? Like, even though you don't play them very often, if ever, is this still a team that you consider a rival? Like, do you root against Georgia when they're playing everybody else? Because I'm curious about that. No Clemson fans ever said that to me.
If you ask some of the old school people to get that look in their eye, that scary look.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. I think if you're an old school
When I
fan,
first came here, there was definitely a lot of hate towards Georgia.
is that still, especially for the newer, like the next generation of football fans, has that been bred into you or has it been taught to you that we hate Georgia even if we don't play them anymore? And number 75, Tennessee, Kentucky. This has got potential. If Stoops keeps Kentucky on the way up and Heupel's real good at Tennessee, this one's got potential. All right, we'll do 74 through 50 coming up here in a few minutes. Water cooler cheat sheet next. Sports Flash now.
All right, let's go to the NBA. The Orlando Magic have agreed to a 5-year rookie max contract with Paolo Banchero that will pay him $239 million and could reach as much as $287 million if he becomes All-NBA, MVP, or Defensive Player of the Year next year. The rookie max is the first signed since Luka Doncic and Trae Young in 2021. Though it was suspected already, the Indiana Pacers have announced Tyrese Halliburton will be unavailable next season with a torn Achilles suffered in the NBA Finals. The team reported the snap was higher than anticipated in his leg, but the surgery to repair it went well. San Diego Padres slugger Manny Machado recorded his 2,000th hit last night. Machado is the 297th player all-time to hit the mark and one of only 5 active players to reach it.
Just I'm gonna be watching this meme format for days.
Nice.
Wait, there's it's like this guy just put this super reel together of this. Oh.
No.
There's like 12 of them.
Oh, that's my favorite one.
The internet is so dumb, and it's why, no matter how much I hate it, I keep coming back for more. Dude, I think I'm talking myself into buying a ticket to go see Evolution. I'm gonna be there. Like, I might as well, right? And they're like $37.
You got Saturday night's main event. You also got NXT.
Is that in Atlanta?
Yeah. I believe so. That's on Saturday, though, obviously. There's also an NXT event. But Evolution, you're going to be right there at that time.
Yeah.
So
because I'm going over on Sunday. I don't have a hotel for Saturday, which if I'm going to do that would add $300 on. So basically, like,
and by the way,
the hotel Sunday's paid for.
Brian, I'm looking forward to the match that Rob's not looking forward to, and that's and he should, and that's Goldberg and Gunther. And here's why. Because this is his retirement match. Then you won't ever see him wrestle again.
Good.
You should be happy about that.
I'm not looking forward to the match. I'm looking forward to the match ending and we're being done with this. With all due respect to Bill Goldberg. I'm done. Like,
I want to see what...
He wasn't a great wrestler when he was...
I want to see what Gunther can do with this, though. Because you know how good Gunther is.
Gunther can put on a good match with a broom.
Well, we're about to see him do that.
I'm going to tell you right now. If they let Goldberg win, I might take a break. It might be like a 2-month break for me.
Goldberg's not going to win.
I don't think so. But it might be like a 2-month break for me. Can you have him...
Unless he wins because CM Punk comes out and interrupts.
I would still be out. This is a title match, right?
Yeah, but
I'm out.
He can win by DQ, though. Even if he wins by DQ?
Yeah, but if you do that, then you know the character Goldberg's like, I want Punk's next. He ruined my match. He ruined my title shot. Punk's next. In which case, dude, I don't need it. It is the Rob Brown Show here on the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. Thanks for being here. Hub City Spartanburger text line 844-326-3663. 844-FANFONE is the number. You can text the radio program as Tennessee Tyler has done so. Tennessee Tyler texted the show and said, my wife is a UGA fan and she hates Clemson, end quote. So for at least Mrs. Tennessee Tyler, the rivalry lives on. Been a long time since those teams got together, including the, what did you call it? The Meow and Moo offense? The Moo and Meow offense?
Meow and Cow.
The Meow and Cow offense.
On,
that was
man.
it. My bad.
It's got a rhyme.
I knew there was a rhyme, but I couldn't remember what it was. That makes sense. The Meow and Cow offense being run by the Clemson Tigers, according to the great one. At least for Miss Tennessee Tiger, that rivalry is going nowhere, even if it is only going to ever be played sporadically. That is, of course, until and unless the Clemson Tigers end up in the Southeastern Conference 6 years from now, which is a distinct and realistic possibility. Slightly earlier is on the table, but I would say 2031, at latest 2036, it'll be either the Big Ten or the SEC. We'll find out when we get there. And I do think, not that we're going to go down this path, at least not right now, that when Miami, Florida State, Clemson, probably North Carolina, probably Duke, make their way into one of those two power conferences, split probably down the middle, half to one, half to the other. My suspicion is that is the beginning of the end of college football in its current organizational structure. I think that'll be when we end up with two college footballs. We'll end up with big college football, little college football. Saturday, on Bet for the Cycle, pitched the concept of promotion relegation, right? Like, let's have two levels of football. Let's have SEC Big Ten, and then let's have the EEC, the Everybody Else Conference, which, by the way, shout out to my dude Sean Levine, the sports machine from the Infinity Sports Network. He had me on his show last week to talk college football, and I made reference to the EEC, and he's like, yo, I'm stealing that. And I've heard him bring up the EEC and give me credit for it, which I appreciate, on his show a couple of times since then. I think you're going to end up with two. Big Ten, SEC over here, the EEC, Everybody Else Conference over here. I actually really like the concept of let's take the 10, 12 best teams from the EEC, which is the surviving ACC, the Big 12, the Pac-4, the Mountain West, the Big Sky, all the little conferences. Let's take the top 10 teams, move them up, and move the bottom teams out. Now, that's not going to happen because the SEC and the Big Ten are never going to sign off on that. But I do think it is a dope theoretical idea. All right, we're not going to spend a ton of time on that because it is a theoretical idea. But we are going to get back to the rivalry. We will do rivalries 74 through 50. Coming up at the end of this hour, we'll do 49 through 25 in the hour after that, and then we'll wrap it up with the top 25 rivalries in college football. But again, if you're just tuning in, we are not just looking at the athletics ranking of the top 100 rivalries in college football. We are kind of adapting it and looking at it through a 2025 lens. What do these rivalries mean coming up this year? With 6 days left to the SEC Media Days in Atlanta, Georgia. We'll be live, by the way. So we'll get back to that, but it is 7:04 and a half in the morning. You have 55 and a half minutes. Math is hard until you get to the office, until you knock out all the stuff that you didn't do yesterday because you were talking sports with your coworkers, and then you start talking sports with your coworkers because that's what you do, and we endorse that. That is why every morning we tell you everything you need to know going on in the world of sports. That's why every morning we do this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
Most impressive.
before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is the water cooler cheat sheet, the top 3 sports stories that you need to know before you get to the office and start talking sports with your coworkers this morning. When you do, this is what you will be talking about. Let us dive right in with item number 1. It is not a story that is going to have a massive impact on most of you as a college football fan, but I do think it is an interesting story nonetheless. And I do think it is an interesting story because of the implications that are behind it. Oklahoma Athletic Director Joe Castiglione is stepping down from his position sometime during the upcoming school year. He has been in conversation with the university about the right way to do that, to get a transition plan in place, to give the university plenty of time to find the next guy to run the athletic department. Why is an AD stepping down a water cooler cheat sheet item? Well, Joe Castiglione is the longest tenured athletic director in major college sports right now. He is entering his 28th year at the University of Oklahoma. During that time, he has seen 26 national titles won by the Boomer Sooners, 117 league titles won by the Sooners, stretching across the SEC and the Big 12, as he was obviously also the AD that was in power at the time of the transition from the old conference to the new. The 67-year-old initiated the conversation about his retirement with school officials about a month ago, according to ESPN, and he will be staying on board in a reduced role. He will be staying on board as effectively a special advisor and to work on, quote, special projects at the university, end quote, as he does intend to live locally in Norman, Oklahoma. He has been at the helm for nearly 3 decades, earned a reputation as one of the industry's most respected leaders. He won Athletic Director of the Year by the Sports Business Journal in 2009, won it again in 2018. Also won the National Association of Collegiate Directors of Athletics Award for the nation's top AD in both 2000 and 2018. ESPN points out his impact on the college athletics industry. In his time at Oklahoma and Missouri, 32 of Castiglione's employees have gone on to become athletic directors or conference commissioners after their time at Oklahoma. Why is this a story that makes the water cooler cheat sheet? Well, it is very possible that Castiglione is stepping away because he's been in the job 28 years and he's just ready to retire. He's 67 years old. He's past the retirement age. But I went one deeper, and maybe this is Rob being just the absolute drama queen that I am known to be sometimes. I would also look at it and go, okay, this industry, college athletics, is filled to the brim with old guys. There is no shortage of dudes in their late 60s, early 70s, mid 70s, late 70s.
I was going to
that
ask
hang
you
around.
what you considered old. So now we know. Okay.
I mean, I would say, like, in your 60s, you're definitely not middle-aged anymore. Like, just statistically speaking. Most people ain't making it to $120. So in your 60s, you're an old guy. And I'm not saying old like decrepit needs a walker drooling on themselves. I'm just saying, relatively speaking, you're old. You're clearly past the halfway point of your life. Even if you live a long, healthy life, you're at the best 2/3 of the way through. You're old, and that's okay.
You have a future as a motivational speaker, by the way.
I mean, listen. You know what we need? We need less motivational speakers and more realistic speakers. We need more people who are actually willing to say, "Yeah, you can't do anything you want, kids. Sorry, you can't. It's just not like 0.0000005% of people who apply to be astronauts make it. You know what percentage of high school players make it to the NFL? It's like 0.00026. You can't do anything you want, and that's okay. That's okay. You should still do what you love. Just recognize you can't do everything. We need more reality speakers and less motivational speakers. All right, there's my motivational speak. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Here's why I think this story is interesting. Because I think it goes back into the realm of the old guard doesn't want to do it anymore, right? I'm not saying if college football was still in the old days of, 2022 or whatever it was, that Castiglione would stay. What I'm saying is he definitely was going to go. After the House v. NCAA settlement, we all know that not only is college football, college sports. And keep in mind, a guy like Castiglione, he doesn't just oversee the football team. He's got an entire athletic department, all of which has to be reworked. He's got to deal with a $20.5 million rev share cap. He's got to deal with NIL. Now, not only does he have to deal with helping to raise NIL funds, not only does he have to help with matching athletes with NIL contributors, boosters, funders, whatever you want to call them. But now on top of all of those things, he's also got to make sure that in doing so, Oklahoma is strictly adhering to all of the rules, regulations, and protocols put in place by the House v. NCAA settlement. The $600 cap, the College Sports Commission, the NIL Go Clearinghouse, and on top of that, and I was having this conversation with one of our listeners on X this morning at the Rob Brown Show, if you want to toss me a follow. We know that the future of college athletics for at least the next handful of years is going to be absolutely chock-a-block full of litigation. Every time that a school, every time that a university, every time that the College Sports Commission, and every time that the NCAA says, hey guys, new rule. You and I and everybody else knows that there's going to be an athlete, there's going to be an agent, there's going to be some parents somewhere that are going to say, yeah, we're bringing you to court for that. We don't think you should be able to restrict the amount of whatever we can get. If we can get it, you should not be restricting us from getting it because that rule isn't in place. You're propping it up now to stop us after we done got the bag. And I got to some degree, and again, might be a drama queen moment, might be a bit of an overreaction here, but I've kind of got the feeling that some of this is being caused because Joe Castiglione is like, yeah, I don't really want to deal with that. The man's been there for 28 years. Now, maybe like I said, maybe he just got tired. Maybe he just went, yeah, 28 years. I've had a good run. We're in the SEC now. We got a good coach in Brent Venables. We'll find out this year. Like, we've moved. We're making more money than ever before. I'm leaving the school in a better spot. And I'm 67. I'd like to go spend some time with the grandkids or whatever the case is. Or he's looking at it and going, yeah, this is going to be a bleep show for a long time, and I'm 67. I don't want to deal with it. I think the old guard's switching off. And I do think that a lot of the issues that are going to be solved in college football that y'all consider issues down the line are going to be solved by the next generation of authority figures in college sports. Not this current generation. It is going to be the next generation that comes up in the new world, not the one that oversaw its transition. But we'll find out. We'll talk about this more later on in the show. Let's get to item number 2. Not a big shock here because we had already been told that this was the case. Now it is confirmed Tyrese Halliburton out for the entire 2025-26 season after surgery to repair his torn right Achilles tendon suffered in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Again, it is not a shock. We already knew that. Pretty much everybody who's got any sort of credentials in talking about this sort of thing has already said Torn ACL, he's not coming back next year. Some people were like optimistic. Maybe he'd make it back for the playoffs. Indiana's president of basketball operations, Kevin Pritchard, said yesterday, the surgery went well. It was a little higher, and it gets more blood to that as he recovers. He will not play next year, though. We would not jeopardize that now, so do not get any hopes up that he will play. So why is that interesting? It is interesting not because of what it does to the Pacers. It is interesting because of what it does to the Pacers and what it does to the rest of the NBA's Eastern Conference. Because Tatum's out in Boston, we knew that already. Dame's out in Milwaukee, not just from the injury. They just cut him. They just waived him. They just let him go. So he is out, and I think they take a step back. The New York Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau, who just brought them to an Eastern Conference Finals, and hired Mike Brown because reasons. Guy's been to 5 spots, got fired from all of them. Yeah, 6 times a charm, as the old expression goes.
He's the in-between guy. He's the guy you bring in where everyone's like, okay, he's all right.
I'm good with that if the team stank and was trying to rebuild. Team just went to the Eastern Conference Finals. Go get a guy. I'd rather you experiment. But the point is, I don't think anybody trusts the Knicks to be there. What does this do? This opens the door. It opens the door for the Atlanta Hawks, who got better this offseason. It opens the door for the Detroit Pistons, who got better this offseason and have Cade Cunningham, who I think is a star in the making. It opens the door for the Orlando Magic, who just signed Paolo Banchero to a rookie max contract of 5 years, $220-some-odd million that could go up to $280 if he wins the MVP Defensive Player of the Year or makes the All-NBA team next year. And it opens the door. I am not kidding. I've been on this wagon since the draft. I'm staying on the wagon. Now the rest of y'all, like Bill Simmons did yesterday, can catch up. It opens the door for the Charlotte Hornets. The East is the most wide open conference in recent memory in one of the American Big Four. There is no favorites there. There are like 5 teams that I think are ready to pounce this year, and I absolutely think the Hornets could very well be one of them. Let's get to item number 3. This makes the list solely if you're a baseball guy, but I know there's a lot of baseball guys, so I put it on the list. Manny Machado has been playing Major League Baseball since he was drafted to the Baltimore Orioles and made his debut in 2012. He racked up 977 hits with the Orioles. In 2018, he got traded to the LA Dodgers. He had 73 hits with that team before he signed with the Padres as a free agent on February 21, 2019. Since then, he has racked up 950 hits. It ranks 5th on the franchise list. Tony Gwynn, by the way, is number 1 with over 3,100 hits during his 20 seasons with San Diego. Not only is Manny Machado the starting third baseman for the National League All-Star team coming up 1 week from tonight, by the way, but on top of that, Manny Machado got his 2,000th career hit last night. Did it against the Arizona Diamondbacks, a sharp single off the glove of Gerardo Perdomo. Got him on base. The milestone hit came against starter Zach Gallen leading off the 4th inning. Got a standing ovation from the crowd at Petco, where he's been a fan favorite since he joined the Fathers back in 2019. Machado is the 5th active player and the 297th all-time to reach the milestone. He is the 12th player to have 350 home runs and 2,000 hits by his age 32 season. 5 guys in the league have gotten to 2K hits. Manny Machado became the 5th last night. I love this dude. Manny Machado is just a dude who loves baseball, and you can see it. You can get that vibe. Also, one of the most underappreciated hitters of our time. Like, the dude's just an absolute off-base slugger. I love Manny Machado. Congratulations to Manny Machado for joining a club that has 297 people in it in the history of Major League Baseball that dates back to, 1903? That's pretty remarkable. When we come back, let's keep running through the rivalry list, shall we? We gave you 100 through 75. Let's get 74 through 50 and see how they stack up in 2025. We'll do that next on The Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. How was the new game, Brian? Did you get a beta for it? It didn't drop yet, right? Doesn't it drop later this month? Or am I thinking of the wrong game?
There's early access for people who bought it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
How was it? Did it hold up? I'm gonna spend the money on it. I didn't get it last year because, it was on Game Pass. I don't have to spend the money for it, but I am ordering today, great one, a external hard drive for the Xbox.
It helps.
Yeah, because I even with the 1 terabyte Xbox, I can hold. These games are so big. The games I play are so big. I can only hold like 6 games on it. So yesterday I went to download EA Sports Road to the Masters, this year's PGA game, and I had to delete like 3 games from my library. And it goes to the cloud. You just re-download, but then you have to like sit through a re-download if you want to play them. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna grab. Here's the problem. When I went and looked, I was like, It feels like getting another 1 terabyte hard drive is going to give me, like, obviously it won't have to carry all the apps and all the software that the Xbox does, but that's going to give me room for, like 13 games on a hard drive. I guess that's enough, because, like, once I get done with a game, I delete it. I guess that's enough. But I think...
it's enough for new games that you're going to delete and keep the old games that are your go-tos that you go back to.
I think that's it.
I've got, like, 5 games that I always go back to, and I always keep those on there.
Yeah. Prime Days start today, and I saw this morning because because of my I got on Amazon to buy something to have it shipped here before I leave for SEC Media Days to take with me, and I have a 1 terabyte. I think it's called Seagate is the company, which Xbox recommends as their compatible hard drive. The 1 terabyte is like $80, and you can get a 2 terabytes for like $130. And so I was like, do I just spend the money and get the 2 terabyte? I think that's the play, because like,
even if you never use it, you know it's there.
The games that are traditionally the go-to for me, GTA 5, Skyrim, like those are huge games and modded out, like they get even bigger. The games that I rotate in and out of, like I played like 3 hours of South of Midnight, and then something else caught my attention, and I was like yesterday, I was like, I haven't gone back to this game. I'll come back to it at some point, but I needed the room, so I took it off. What was the other one I took off yesterday? I took off another one yesterday too.
Finish off Midnight. It's got an interesting ending.
I am gonna go back and finish it, but I got on to now with Baldur's Gate and the fact that I've got like 3 solo characters and like 5 different parties that I'm playing with. Also, I did learn this. Apparently, the play for multiplayer is to just have 4 people or 3 people that you would play on get in, design a character, and start a campaign. Because apparently when you jump into a campaign, anybody can jump in and control a character that is already in the party, even if it's not theirs, as long as they're in that party. So you can add people to the campaign. They just can't create a character for it. So like somebody can jump in and play Shadowheart or play Lae'zel or play I had a couple of buddies jump on last night. We couldn't play, but we got on for like 10 minutes. We all created a character, so there's 4 playable characters. But basically, we just like talked in a circle about you make this character, and that way any combination of us can get in and play at any time, or we can invite other people to play whatever, and just have this active running campaign, and your characters can switch in and out, which I didn't know was allowed until I found that out last night. We are running down the Athletics list of the 100 best rivalries in college football. Clemson and South Carolina have both made the list one time. Clemson made the list twice in the bottom 25. They made the list with number 92, Clemson v. NC State. South Carolina made the list at number 85 with Georgia. And then Clemson made the list again at number 76 with Clemson, Georgia. Now, I did ask Clemson fans on the stream and on the air to text their answer to the Hub City Spartanburger text line at 844-326-3663. Is Clemson v. Georgia still a rivalry? Doesn't get played very often, if ever. These two teams aren't meeting up with each other every single year. Like maybe every now and then they'll be in kind of a similar bowl position and they'll get lined up. Like there's a very good chance Clemson could see Georgia in the playoffs this year. Both of these teams are national championship hopefuls. It is very possible that they bump into each other in the postseason. Is there an elevated level of hate for the Georgia Bulldogs from the Clemson Tigers? And is there an elevated level of hate from the Georgia Bulldog fans to Clemson? We had Tennessee Tyler text the show, said, my wife is a Georgia fan and she hates Clemson. We had another texter say, this is an interesting text. Texter said, it feels like Clemson is building what they used to have with Georgia with Notre Dame now. Remember, they just signed that 12-year deal where whether or not Notre Dame would have been matched up as an ACC partner opponent on the football field, Clemson and Notre Dame will be alternating visits to each other over the next dozen years moving forward. That is obviously a way for Notre Dame to make sure that they have a consistent top-tier ACC caliber opponent on the schedule. It's a way for Clemson to make sure that, hey, if they get shafted one year by playing all the bottom dwellers in the ACC, should the schedule line up that way, they are now insured to always have, whether they are a title contender or not, a team that always has preseason expectations on the schedule. Is that going to turn into a rivalry game?
Try not to laugh about the bottom dwellers in the ACC.
I mean, there are bottom dwellers, even if there aren't a lot of top dwellers.
If you're Clemson, everybody else is a bottom dweller.
Speaking of that, I got a really funny clip I'm going to play for you in the audio blitz coming up in the 8 o'clock hour that you're going to want to hear. All right, so steer your thoughts on that. Text your thoughts that you may have about any of this to 844-326-3663, the Hub City Spartanburger text line, or call in, give me your thoughts. Let's keep rolling down this list. At number 74, Baylor versus Texas A&M. Obviously, I think this was a bigger rivalry before A&M made the hop over to the Southeastern Conference a number of years ago. It was also a bigger rivalry when, like, Robert Griffin III was at Baylor, and it looked for a minute there like Baylor was going to be on its way up towards the top echelon of college football. Obviously, that did not materialize, but still a good rivalry, even if it don't be played anymore. What is happening to me?
Yeah.
Number 73, Oregon State, Washington State. This one's kind of interesting because it's the Pac-2. I mean, it's now the Pac-6 or whatever, but like, quick, name me the other teams that are in there, right? Like, you don't care. So, with that being said, this one I think is going to be, I think this is kind of a friendly rivalry, right? Not maybe out of necessity more than it is conference rivalry. Just like, we're the only ones left, dog. Wait, if you are at a party and everybody else leaves the party and it's just you and one more person, you have one of two mentality. Either, yo, I'm out of here too, this sucks. Or you go, hey, bud, it's just me and you. Like, let's make this thing a rager, right? Two-man party. Let's go. Number 72, UCLA v. Stanford. Again, another conference rivalry that was great. Probably got demoted a little bit because they're just not going to play each other very often. Number 71. Does this one deserve to go higher? LSU, Texas A&M. Not really like a traditional classic rivalry, but they have developed a bit of a rivalry in conference over the last couple of years, A. And B, these two teams have put on a handful of bangers. Were you watching the night they did that like 7 overtime game? I don't know why. I remember exactly where I was for that game. We were at the Red Door on the Destin Harbor. Me and my buddy Justin, he's a big LSU guy, friend of mine from back in Louisiana, big LSU guy. We were at the Red Door in Destin, and by the time they got to like overtime 5, overtime 6, overtime 7, that bar was it's not a football bar. Like, it's not. It's just kind of an on the harbor, like, locals dive bar. It's a bar you go to with other bartenders at night, and after 1 a.m. they do half-price shots because the people that are still there clearly just got there. And this bar turned into the most electric football bar I've ever been in. Like, they put on some bangers, but I'm going to say, again, this rivalry in 2025 probably takes a hop up a little bit because Brian Kelly's fighting for his job. I believe that this year. If Brian Kelly is a 8-4, 7-5 coach at LSU this year, he's done. He's good. He will be kicked out of the family. He's got to be a playoff team, nothing less. Like Hugh Freeze, I don't think needs to be a playoff team to keep his job. but I don't think he can go 6-6, 7-5 and keep his job. Brian Kelly, I don't think can do worse than 10-2. And I think he's got to be a playoff team or LSU may send him to the curb. Number 70, Illinois v. Northwestern. Number 69, Wyoming, Colorado State. Number 68, USC Cal. Used to be a great rivalry. In 2025, diminished a little bit, right? Like I think Clemson, Georgia. It may have used to been a great rivalry, but in the eyes of America, that's not a rivalry. Like it's a rivalry if you're an old school fan. I asked this earlier and I'll ask it again. Is UGA a rival for younger Clemson peeps? For the folks that are in school now, the folks that maybe just got out of Clemson, for the youths that are growing up as Clemson fans right now, are you taught to hate Georgia? The hallmark of a rivalry is you're taught to hate them, right? Are you taught to hate Georgia, or is that kind of gone by the wayside? USC Cal has. Number 67, Penn State, Iowa. I would say this one's kind of an interesting one because it's probably not one of those rivalries that's necessarily known nationally, but from what I understand, it is a decent rivalry between these two schools. They will play this year on October 18th, and here's the part about that I think makes it this. Penn State and Iowa are both teams that are on the up. Penn State, is this the year James Franklin has to get it done? Is this the year that if James Franklin doesn't forget make a playoff, like got to make a run. If he can't beat Ohio State or make another deep playoff run, are the Penn State folks giving up on James Franklin?
I don't know. I mean, are they known for national championships? It doesn't mean you don't want one, but are they known for that?
I mean, not really. But at the same time,
how many did Paterno win? Whether you want to talk, I mean, he was the coach there.
That's fair.
How many did he win?
I don't know. Top of my head, I don't know.
You know what?
I'm
Me
a
neither.
bad college football fan.
Me neither. So really, it comes down to what the expectations are for the school.
That's fair.
And they win a lot every single year.
I mean, in fairness, they did get you guys in the regular season last year, didn't they? Didn't they knock you off in the regular season?
No, I think that was just Michigan.
Let's see, I know they beat Maryland. Oh, no. That's right. It was because Michigan beat you, they got to go play Oregon. That's what it was.
Yeah,
that's what it was. They did
thanks
not
for
get
that.
you. Yeah, my bad. It's all a blur. Time's a circle. Nothing's real. All right, two teams on the up. I do wonder if it is do or die for Joe Paterno. Number 6 for Joe Paterno. For James Franklin.
Yeah, he's already dead.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. We done do or died with Joe Paterno. Number 64, LSU, Florida. Again, I'll tell you what. This game this year might be one of the most interesting rivalry games that nobody's talking about yet. Really. Because GJ Lagway has the Florida fans feeling a little gusty. The Gator. Go Gator. Congratulate the Gator. Gusty Gators. I think DJ's got them feeling a certain kind of way. I think that Florida under Billy Napier is feeling a certain kind of way. And then again, on the other side, like Florida is, hey, we got our guy at quarterback. We got our guy at Hagen. The Florida fans aren't in love with Billy Napier. But he's put together a class, and they're carrying a lot of momentum into this year. And again, LSU fighting for their life. I think in 2025, LSU, Florida could very well be one of the most important games of the year. Because it could be the game that keeps LSU out of the playoffs. And if it is, it could be the game that costs Brian Kelly his job. On the flip side, if DJ Lagway and Billy Napier go beat LSU and LSU is like in the mix for that playoff, that could be a game that turns the Florida public perception around for Billy Napier. I think this is way towards the top of the list in a 2025 paradigm. Number 63, Iowa State, Kansas State. Number 62, USC, Stanford. Kind of put them in that list of like rivalries that were and probably aren't anymore. If they ever get together, it's going to be postseason one way or the next. Number 61, Purdue, Notre Dame. I unfortunately do not have a lot of exposure to this rivalry. However, when Drew Brees made his way to the New Orleans Saints, he, of course, the greatest Boilermaker of all time. When Drew Brees made his way to New Orleans, as a lot of college football fans do, like they follow their guy, a lot of Purdue fans kind of adopted the Saints as their team. Same colors, actual gold and black. And when I was very briefly for a while there down in Florida when Drew Brees was a Saint, we had interaction with Purdue fans who jumped on the bandwagon, and I made myself known in the Saints-o-sphere. So I had those conversations. Bro, they hate Notre Dame. They despise Notre Dame because I think Purdue sees themselves as like Notre Dame level. Like they think they're there with Notre Dame versus Notre Dame, who, because of the product that they've built, have their own TV network, have their own contracts. They're independent. Nobody's ever going to force Notre Dame to be anything else. I think Purdue fans think they ought to have the right to be there. I think they view themselves as every bit as prestigious as Notre Dame, but nobody else does. And it kind of creates a little brother syndrome that Purdue won't give up. Number 60, great rivalry, matters every year, Montana State. Number 59, Kansas State. This one could matter this year. Both of these teams are trying to trend up. Number 58, Miami versus Florida. When these two teams played each other every year, then I think it was way up there on the list. I think it was way up there on the list. The last couple of years, they have started to get back together again. They will again this year on September 20th. Kind of the same thing here. Like, if Miami falters again, after absolutely not only not living up to expectations last year with the eventual number one overall drafted quarterback Cam Ward at the helm, but with a lot of just absolute, I don't know how else to describe them, dumbass mistakes from their head coach that cost them games, this game matters a lot this year. Because this is either going to be a year Mario Cristobal gets canned after getting paid as much as he did, or DJ Lagway and the Gators help make that happen. Or this seems like it could be one of those games that Florida fans go, that's it, Napier ain't the guy. It's just not Billy Napier. It's just not our guy. All right, let's do this. I wanted to get to number 50 there, but we're out of time. So when we come back, let's take a look at number 57 through 50. And I will tell you that the Clemson Tigers are mentioned twice in number 57 through 50. What rivalries do the Clemson Tigers have that The Athletic believes are inside of the top 60 rivalries in all of college football? For Clemson, we'll address that. South Carolina will make its next appearance a little later on in the list as well. Where does Clemson, South Carolina rank on this list? I got that coming up for you. And again, what's your reaction? Which rivalries are the biggest and the most important in 2025? We will continue to address this when we come back. Rob Lonzo and you. The Rob Brown Show is on the Fan Upstate. Be right back, dudes and dudettes. Y'all hang out. Don't go nowhere. Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, Lonzo, and you continuing our look at the athletics list rank, because it's ranking season until Monday. Monday brings an end to ranking season because when we return on Monday, number one, we will have had two teams beginning their NFL offseason camps. It's not even offseason anymore, beginning their camps because the Pro Football Hall of Fame game is July 31st, the final day of the month of July. The week after that, we will have a full NFL preseason slate, and at that point, the conversation, the countdown to football kickoff becomes weeks, not months at that point. So it's football season. And Monday, we will be live from the College Football Hall of Fame for day number one of the SEC Media Days. We will be live all 4 days in Atlanta, Georgia at the College Football Hall of Fame. We will be visited by coaches and players from across the conference. I am very much looking forward to that. I hope that you will be with us all 4 days next week as we are live in Atlanta for the SEC Media Days. And at that point, y'all, it's football season, all right? The great has arrived, has returned. But we are going down the list of the athletics top 100 rivalries in college football. And again, it is their rivalry ranking based on historicity, based on relevance, based on competitiveness, etc. But I am analyzing these, and I'd like your opinions on them as we go. I am analyzing these through the paradigm of 2025. Let's talk about where these rivalries stack up in today's college football. I am talking about not just the passion, the pageantry, and in many cases, the raw hatred between these fan bases. I am talking about this from the standpoint of games that have stakes this year, games that matter this year, games where coaches may be coaching for their lives, games where teams may be playing to establish and solidify themselves as actual top-tier teams. I am talking about games where postseason bursts in the college football playoff may be decided in rivalry games. We got through number 58. Let's get to number 57, North Carolina v. NC State. Again, this year in 2025, this rivalry game has a little bit of extra pop to it. And it has a little extra pop to it because it is felt for a while like NC State's knocking on the door. It is felt for a while like NC State under Dave Doering is trying to get into that upper echelon of the ACC, and they just haven't been able to break through. And this year, as they wrap up their season with North Carolina at home November 29th, this year, obviously, UNC is one of the most interesting stories in college football with the hiring of Bill Belichick as their head coach. Now, will the Hoodie still be the head coach on November 29th? We'll find out. I don't think there's a lot of people that are putting this whole conspiracy theory together that Bill's going to take this job. He's going to go through the offseason. They're going to get closer to the regular season, and then he's going to say, never mind, and he's going to hand the reins over to his kid. I don't believe that. I think it's silly. I think it's over the top. I think Bill Belichick's absolutely going to give it a go. Now, I don't think he's going to be successful. Lonzo does. There's only way to find out. We'll see what happens when we get to December.
Also, when a new college coach or a recycled coach, whatever, comes in, one of the first things they usually say is we're going to beat this rival. Have you heard Belichick say anything about any of that?
I haven't heard Bill Belichick say anything, honestly, and I don't say that like it's going to sound like I'm being whatever. I'm not trying to be. I haven't heard Bill Belichick say anything. Like, the most intense conversation I've heard Bill Belichick have since he became is twofold. He had the comments on the criticism of his relationship with his 23-year-old girlfriend, and he had the sit-down interview, which was very interesting for the record, the sit-down interview he did on the ACC network with Dabo Swinney. Like, that's it. That's all I've heard. I've heard nothing from Bill Belichick, which is pretty standard Belichick. If we're being like, that's NFL Belichick. He just didn't say anything. In fact, he went out of his way to not say things most of the time. So it's unsurprising.
Yeah, who is North Carolina? Is North Carolina State North Carolina's rival in football? is that really their rival? Because I don't know who their rival is, and they may show back up later on in the list.
Yeah.
I don't know if they do.
I am going to say I think Duke is their rival in everything, but I do think that this rivalry has some weight in 2025 because, again, end of the year. Can Belichick walk it off with a win? Is that win make them bowl eligible? Does it make them an 8-4 team? Does it prove that Hoodie is definitely got it? Or is this a game where Dave Doran can knock off one of the greatest football coaches of all time? Football coaches, not college football coaches, but football coaches. We'll find out. Number 56, Notre Dame versus Miami. The Catholics versus the criminals, baby. In 2025, this rivalry game is relevant. This rivalry game is relevant.
So you believe Miami is back?
No, I don't think Miami's ever going to be back.
Oh, okay.
All right, scratch
All
that.
right.
Scratch
All
that.
right.
I don't want to say that. Miami has every single one of the resources and all the dollar bills, y'all, they need to be back. I think their coach is bad at his job.
Well, you're talking about the rivalry in 2025. In order for it to be relevant, I mean, it needs to mean something. What does it mean?
Well, I think it does because I do think Mario Cristobal is coaching for his job. I mean, I'm picking Notre Dame right out of the gate, to be honest with you. I think Mario Cristobal is coaching for his job, coaching for his life here, A. And B, the expectations for Marcus Freeman in Notre Dame this year are as high as they have been since Marcus Freeman took over at Notre Dame. Like, Notre Dame fans this year, I think, have a mentality of anything less than a playoff berth is an abject failure, and they expect a run at a natty. Maybe not to win it, but they expect a run at it through the postseason. They start with Miami on August 31st. So this rivalry in 2025 means a lot, and I do think it is a rivalry. This matters a lot because Mario Cristobal is either starting the 2026 campaign, a campaign where I have had a number of college football talking heads on my Saturday show who I have said to them all, one of my layup bets this year is Clemson to win the ACC. It's a layup bet. It's a guarantee. There's no way, and I have had a number of them, including Andy Staples, including, who's the guy? I had one of the big Yahoo guys on last week. Ross Dellinger was on a few weeks ago, and all of them have said, not so fast, my friend. Keep an eye out for Miami because while they were a letdown last year, a lot of that talent comes back. And even if they lost Cam Ward, they still got some dudes, and you're probably sleeping on, and I may be on this, probably sleeping on Carson Beck a little bit, which I just don't think he's that good. I think if he's that good, he'd still be at Georgia. I don't think a girl is enough to let Georgia say, we can't come up with the NIL money to keep a guy who has led us to the amount of success that Carson Beck has over his time there. So we'll see. Number 55, Alabama versus Clemson. This rivalry has been kept fresh the last couple of years, primarily because of the Saban-Dabo conversation, right? Arguably, and Kirby Smart has joined this, but arguably, up until Saban checked out and left, the best two coaches in college football, Dabo and Saban. And the conversation has been ongoing for a very long time. Is there even an outside shot that Dabo Swinney could catch Nick Saban long term? Like, does he have enough in the tank to end up with 4 or 5 more natties?
I was going to say, did you mean wins or did you mean national championships?
I mean natties.
Okay.
Because whether it is fair or not, that is, and I'm actually more okay with this than I am like NBA players being judged on rings or NFL quarterbacks being judged on rings. National championships for a college coach, I think, is a little bit more fair. But at the same time, I also think, if Dabo ends with the love and adoration of Clemson fans, where he is right now, a guy that, again, a year and a half ago, we had Clemson fans that were calling and texting this program like, is it time for us to think about moving on, right? And now Clemson is one of the trendiest bets to win the national championship this year. I think this rivalry was probably driven more by the coaches than it was the actual teams because they only played each other a couple times, and when they did, it was postseason stuff, and obviously Bama got the better of Clemson. But this is also a rivalry that, in 2025, this could be a playoff rivalry. This could be a postseason rivalry. Number 54, Arizona State. This is another very interesting rivalry in the mindset of a 2025 paradigm. Arizona State obviously last year made it to the playoff. They got bounced and they got bounced hard. They have lost Cam Scatteraboo, a guy who quite literally carried that team to the success that they had last year, but I think they have one of the best young coaches in college football. And then Arizona, on the other hand, trying to find itself, trying to find their way. Could they get there? Number 53, Tennessee, Georgia. This year, this should be at the top of the list, or at least inside the top 5. Tennessee, Georgia. Josh Heupel has the UT folks believing on Rocky Top. And, of course, Georgia, under Kirby Smart, a lot of people asking, have they taken a step back? They lost Carson Beck. Gunnar Stockton stepping in as QB1. There were a lot of questions about a guy who a couple of years ago was one of the most highly sought-after quarterback recruits in recent memory. But Gunnar Stockton was never able to take that job. And while there are some schools, Texas, that are willing to be loyal to a quarterback, even though they may have the dude who is the future on the bench, Georgia's not necessarily one of them. I don't think Kirby is necessarily one of them. So is Georgia taking a step back into the upper echelon, but more in the mix at Georgia? Or is Georgia still going to be Georgia? Tennessee, if the folks on Rocky Top are correct, and they believe even with the loss of Nico Iamaleava out to UCLA, they are ready to go compete. They are ready to be dogs. This game is going to dictate a lot of that. Number 52, Clemson, Florida State. I think this rivalry would be higher on the list if Florida State didn't go 2-10 last year. That being said, I have asked those same college football experts I was talking to over the last couple of weeks. I have brought up Florida State to them a number of times in the context of, can Florida State bounce back? Can Florida State rebound? Can Florida State look at that 2-10 and go, that was one of the ugliest anomalies in the history of college football? Or did Florida State get so bogged down in the transfer portal era? Did they get so bogged down in doing it a bad way that they can't bounce back? And what I have been told by everybody is, we're not saying that Florida State is going to bounce back and go 11-1 this year. We're not saying Florida State's going to bounce back and be in the ACC title game this year. We are saying 8-4 is the floor for this team. That this team has 8-4 talent written all over it. And if they have 8-4 talent written all over it, and if Clemson dismisses Florida State because of a 2-10 year last year, that could be a snakebite game. That could be a catch 'em sleeping game. That could be a game that you look up and you go, all right, Clemson's going to come into this thing at, undefeated, looking for a playoff bid, looking for a run to the Natty, and depending on how they fare, because they got SMU 2 weeks out, they got Duke the week before that, they might be looking ahead to go into Louisville the next week. That could be a snakebite game if Florida State does have that. But if Florida State's going to go 2-10 again, this rivalry kind of poops the bed a little bit. I do think this one is important. Number 51, Michigan, Minnesota. Number 50, how is Alabama, Georgia at number 50? How is Alabama, Georgia, two teams that have been fighting each other for, it feels like, a decade now, for not just conference superiority, but college football superiority? How is Alabama, Georgia? Granted, it is not the traditional rivalry of Auburn, Alabama, or Georgia, Tennessee, or Auburn, Georgia, or Georgia, South Carolina.
If Saban's still there, would it be higher?
Got to be, yeah, right? Like,
I think he's the factor, the reason why it's so low.
That might be fair. But I also think if that is going to be your argument, and you might be doing this, and I say you, I'm talking Alonzo, but I'm also including the royal you might be doing this. I also think by bumping it this far, you're kind of showing your hand that you don't think Kalen DeBoer is the guy. And a lot of people don't. In fact, I don't think you do.
I don't. No,
yeah.
I do not. And we've said it, and other people said it 1,000 times. It's hard to be the guy following the guy, and he's following the guy.
He is following the guyest of the guys.
Right.
For sure. So a lot of people are out on Alabama with Kalen DeBoer. I'm not. I think he's got it in him to be a good coach, to be a successful coach at Alabama. This rivalry should be way higher than number 50, especially considering, I'm going to go ahead and give you the game because we're going to do 49 through 25 coming in a minute. Indiana-Purdue is next. That's a better rivalry than Georgia-Alabama. I don't even care if both of these teams are down. I'm sorry. Indiana-Purdue is not a better rivalry than Georgia-Alabama after what those two teams have built over the last 7, 8, 9, 10 years in a row. All right, we'll do, when we come back, Audio Blitz at the top of the hour. Then we'll do 49 through 25, looking at the athletics ranking of the top 100 rivalries in college football through a 2025 lens. Your thoughts are welcome, 844-326-3663. Call that number, text that number, but before you do that, sit back, relax, enjoy, light a candle, get your cigarette ready, because you're going to need it after this Sports Flash.
More proof that Rob is done with the Atlanta Braves.
Yep.
The Atlanta Braves got a night off last night after dropping 4 in a row and 7 of 9. But are back in action tonight with a 10:05 start against the A's in California. Rookie Didier Fuentes is scheduled to get the start against the A's Jeffrey Springs. Fuentes is 0-2 with a 9 ERA, allowing 18 hits and 3 homers while striking out 10 through a dozen innings. That's not good. The Orlando Magic have agreed to a 5-year rookie max contract with Paulo Banchero that will pay him $239 million and could reach as much as $287 if he becomes All NBA, MVP, or Defensive Player of the Year next year. Though it was suspected already, the Indiana Pacers have announced Tyrese Halliburton will be unavailable next season with a torn Achilles suffered in the NBA Finals. The team reported the snap was higher than anticipated in his leg, but the surgery to repair it went well, which is good. They're in a world of hurt. Let's go, Pewter. There we go.
See, here's the issue that I take, Kane, and I'm not saying you're going to be wrong, but I just have a problem with the mentality of, oh, college kid got paid, he doesn't care anymore, right? Like, I'm not saying that that's untrue about Carson Beck or anybody else. I'm just saying I don't like running to the assumption. I would rather believe that these dudes care and they love and they're going to bust their ass to win and be proven wrong than to just have the assumption that every college kid who gets the bag doesn't care anymore. Like, I can't bring myself to be okay with that mentality. Like,
maybe this is more about the breakup with the girl than it is the money.
I mean, maybe, but like at the same time, and the kid's what, 24 years old.
You said he followed went where the girl
went
was,
there with one
and
of the
then no longer
twins.
Together, and he had a bad season. I mean,
and he also got like his car stolen. Or something.
There are a lot of times people say, he's with the wrong person and his attention is diverted there, and that's causing problems on the field. I mean, you've heard that a bunch. I don't know if we heard about him, but it could be.
I don't like working under the assumption that kid got paid, therefore he's not willing to work hard anymore. Like, I don't know. I don't like assuming the worst about people.
When you like to get paid and really good.
I'll tell you right now, like, if somebody calls me tomorrow and they go $1 million a year to do a show, I'm going to do the show the best I can do the show because I'd like that $1 million to, like, keep going. The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. The fan upstate, Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. The foremost electrifying hours in sports, talk, entertainment you're going to find anywhere at any time. And you, my dear friends, the Armada, are very welcome for that. The Hub City Spartanburger text line is open. That number is 844-326-3663. You can text that number right now, or you can call that number and get on the air, 844-326-3663. Let's do the audio blitz, shall we? Some of the best audio we've picked up over the past 24 hours. We actually did not get to this yesterday, so I got a few stacked. We'll start running through some of them. Wimbledon, the tennis tournament. For those of you that may be unfamiliar with the most famous tennis tournament on the face of planet Earth.
So someone listening to a sports show does not know what Wimbledon is?
I mean, you might not.
You
might not.
I'm not being trying. Yeah, I am.
I don't like to make assumptions about people.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
if I can help educate the masses, then I'll educate the masses. Right. That's what we're here for, to make people's lives better. You're welcome. If you don't know what Wimbledon is, it's a big tennis tournament. It happens in Britain. Great Britain, not regular Britain.
For a fortnight, yeah.
Yeah, sure. However long that is. Was that like 40 days, I think, is a fortnight? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't either. I don't think anybody does, unless you looked that up that one time and it stuck with you. Blah, 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 whatever. During one of the women's matches at Wimbledon over the weekend, this is a tennis tournament that's like, it holds itself in high prestige, and if you're a tennis fan, you hold it in high prestige. Like, all the players have to wear all white. There is a strict decorum and dress code, which is why this moment during a women's match over the weekend is so damn funny.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you could avoid opening bottles of champagne when the players are about to serve.
Oh, come on.
I love that.
It's warm.
It's the most Wimbledon warning you've ever heard.
Come on. It's
Come
warm.
on. Come on. Listen.
It's quite all right to open up your champagne in the middle of the match.
Rob Brown is a big mimosa guy. I will say that. For me, it's subjective to everybody, but for me, there is not much more in the way of enjoyable experiences for one Rob Brown than a Sunday morning out with some good friends, a little early morning day drinking in the sunshine, and popping the cork on that first bottle of champagne to make myself a mimosa. Now, I will also tell you, I'm actually a bigger fan of the poinsettia, which is a mimosa, but it's with cranberry juice instead of orange juice. I love a poinsettia. Sprinkle some ice cold cranberries in there to cool it off, finish it. Then you got some good infused cranberries. Oh, I love a mimosa. I love popping that first bottle of champagne.
On the next episode of 40-something.
No, this has been a thing for me since the 20s. It's one of those old guy things that I got into very early. I am a big brunch guy, and I love a Sunday morning mimosa. However, popping the champagne, because the whole girl that was serving, so she had the ball in the air. Like, she was ready for it. And it came down. She didn't swing. She caught it, and she just looks at the umpire, the side ref, the main ref, up on his snooty little chair up there. And she, does the classic, yo, what the hell was that shrug? She's like, what was that? And the most British guy you've ever heard has to get on the PA. And he does. Remember, this is the biggest tennis tournament in the world. Right? This is the equivalent of a streaker running on the field as the kickers running to the kickoff in the Super Bowl, right? In that moment, the PA guy will be like, hey, dummies, don't run on the football field. And in this case, the single most polite British announcer of all time goes, if you could please refrain from popping champagne while players are serving.
Sorry, I'm just picturing Gronk up there in the stand somewhere giggling because he accidentally let the champagne off at that. Do those things uncork accidentally sometimes, don't they?
They can, but
maybe because of the temperature or something. I don't drink, so I don't know.
I do. Most champagnes, even the expensive ones, there is some sort of little guard that goes over the cap. There's like a little wire thing and it twists on there. And to get to the cap ready to open, you got to go through a process to get to where you're ready to pop the cork on a champagne bottle. Now, you can go through that and then maybe you're like, oh, I better wait till the serve. And then it just accidentally pops off. But you still got to make some contact with it. Like they don't just like randomly pop out, or you got to shake it up and get that pressure from the carbonation real high. So like it could have been an accident. I don't care. I love the most polite PA address announcer of all time telling people, hey, maybe don't do that thing that pops and makes noise while the biggest, most prestigious tennis tournament in the world is happening. What do you think about that? Lonzo has had a theory about one sports media personality for a while. Lonzo has been working on a theory that after LeBron James called Brian Windhorst that weird dude for ESPN, that something popped in Windy. Like he's a different dude. And Lonzo's not alone. Chandler Parsons, former NBA player, is now on a podcast, hosts a podcast called the Off Guard Podcast, which is relatively entertaining, to keep it a buck with you. He has the same theory and said it hilariously.
I will say this about Windy. He went from being basketball insider to suddenly now he's up there talking a little bit. He's like giving like some hot takes. He's talking some trash a little bit. The LeBron thing turning on him has affected him. It's now made him be like, y'all. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he was all in Team LeBron and he could deny it. That's just what he was. He was known for many things of being the insider of the basketball, but he was definitely strategically placed in that studio in LA because a certain player plays in LA and because he's always had the inside of whatever's going on with Clutch and LeBron James, okay? After LeBron had made those comments, I think Windy went home that night, put on a cold shower, and sat there, hands on the wall. I think he had hands on the wall and debriefed for about an hour and came out of that shower a different man and said to himself, these guys, I'm going to start talking a little bit.
Which, by the way, he has to do because his meal ticket and how he got to where he was taken away from him with just a few words from LeBron. And now you're there, and you've got to find a way to stay there, and that's what he's doing.
Now, I will say this. I did not play it, and I may come back to it a little bit later in the show. My favorite thing is later on in that clip. I should have let it run. That's all right. Later on in that clip, Chandler Parsons says, he's like, I'm totally fine with it. He's like, look, let's be real. You've seen what Stephen A. Smith has done to the game and the coverage of the game. He's like, this is kind of where we are with basketball coverage. He's like, you got to talk now. You don't have to. In fact, he even, I don't want to say he pops a stray at Stephen A. because he's like, you ever seen the video of Stephen A. trying to shoot a jump shot? This dude ain't got a bone of athleticism in his body anymore. Yet, he's like ESPN's go-to dude for basketball. He's like, the area that we have reached in basketball is people who cover the game got to talk a little trash. And I think with, and this is, I'm extrapolating, Chandler Parsons didn't say exactly this, but he basically said with his hitting the skids with Clutch and with LeBron, which was his meal ticket, and LeBron calling him that weirdo, and you have to assume, and I think it's fair to do so, probably cutting off Windy's access to Clutch. And keep in mind, Clutch isn't just LeBron James. Clutch represents a host of the biggest names in basketball. If he got his lunch ticket cut off and he doesn't have access to that and he can't be, competing with Sham to drop the Shams to drop the Shams wows, Windy's got to be an opinion guy now, an editorialist now. So if he has indeed went into a cold shower, put his hands on the wall, hung the head, and decided these guys,
hey, blaze
that
of
makes
glory.
sense.
Blaze of glory, Windy. Go out you're not really supposed to be there. They found out that why you were there is not, it appears to be untrue. Do what you got to do to stay there, I guess.
Look, and let's keep it a buck. Again, I like LeBron. I don't have any issues with LeBron. I'm willing to bet what happened was when LeBron was going, because LeBron said all that on the McAfee show. Remember, this was a point in time kind of towards the end of the season where things were getting a little weird with that relationship or whatever. My bet is, because this also came up after Stephen A. Smith popped off some comments about LeBron that kind of got him heated, which is why I think he agreed to go on that show. I think he kind of looked at it and went, all right, we have been giving Wendy this access for a long time now because LeBron's media savvy. LeBron's no dummy. He's a PR guy. Having Wendy get fed the stories from Clutch allowed Rich Paul, who runs Clutch Sports, the agency that represents LeBron, allowed Clutch Sports to kind of control the narrative around not just LeBron, but around all the players they represent. So by giving Wendy that information first, they could give Wendy all the details the way they wanted it reported, and LeBron wouldn't take a hit if like there was some sort of PR, spin that got a little sideways. But after the whole thing with Stephen A., I think LeBron got a little peeved that ESPN was like, everybody's getting the legs cut out. And unfortunately for Wendy, that's who was signing the paycheck. So we kind of took it. Lonzo had the theory that Wendy's kind of snapped after LeBron called him that weird guy. And now Chandler Parsons is on board. All right. I don't like these videos on the internet because I think some people are getting very annoying with them. But there is this genre of videos where people go out into the public and they basically do like man on the street interviews, right? They just walk up to random people. And ordinarily they walk up to like young, attractive people, right? Dudes and gals, like young people, clearly in their physical prime. And they ask them questions about relationships and life and whatever. And like some people do it with prizes and some people just do it for the funsies or whatever. And they record it, they go back, they edit it into social media clips. This is a very short clip. But it comes from a guy who was going around downtown Nashville, Tennessee. And he was asking young, attractive women about their red flags in guys. You've heard the expression a red flag, right? Like it's a warning that maybe this person isn't the right kind of material for a relationship or whatever. So he's on Broadway in downtown Nashville, Tennessee, and he's going up to the front of bars, and he's asking attractive young women about their red flags. And he's like setting them up for whatever. So this clip, he walks up to this girl who's probably like in her early, maybe at latest mid-20s. She's a very pretty girl, like gorgeous girl. And he asked this question. Dig the response in the interaction.
He's a 10, but he's a degenerate sports bettor that sits on the couch every Saturday for 12 hours. He doesn't even get up to go take a...
I mean, it depends on what he's watching. If it's SEC, he's an 8. If it's ACC, he's a 3.
I love you.
I love you so.
I also love her.
Completely accurate, too.
He said, is it a red flag if a guy's a 10, but he's a degenerate gambler and all he does on Saturdays is sit on the couch for 12 hours, doesn't even get up to go take a bathroom break. He just sits, watches football, and gambles, but he's a 10. And she goes, it depends on the ball he's watching. If it's SEC football, he's an 8. If it's ACC football, he's automatically dropped to a 3. You lose 5 points on the attractive scale with this attractive young lady if you're watching ACC ball in front of SEC ball. Y'all, I'm not kidding you when I tell you that the rivalry discussion today came from that clip. Because I found that yesterday and I was like, the dude goes, the clip's on. That's not broken, by the way. Like I'm not edited. As soon as she says.
Well, with that mic quality, you would know if it was broken.
Yeah, that's also true. He says, if he watches football all day, she says if he's watching SEC ball, he's an 8, ACC ball, he's a 3. And without missing a beat, the dude just looks at her and goes, I love you. And she, by the way, goes, I love you too. That's incredible. That's a unicorn, people. All right? Fellas, if you were lucky enough to find you a gal, young bucks out there, listen to Uncle Rob. If you find a gal who is smart, pretty funny, attractive, and she's got a take like that, I don't care if you're an ACC fan. That is what we in the old guy department call wife up material. If she's got that take on college ball, that is wife up material immediately. All right, let me get one more in here before we take a break. This is a story. Johnny Bench, the legendary baseball player, Johnny Bench was on the Rich Eisen show a few days ago. Brought the man out of retirement to come out and tell some baseball stories. And he told a story that, I mean to you, when he gets to the end of this, had me genuinely by myself at home in the Bro Cave laughing out loud.
At a spring training game in 1966, I went over and got his autograph.
Because you're both from Oklahoma.
Yeah, and he was he was it. He was Mickey Mantle. That's what inspired me when I was 3 years old to hear Mickey Mantle batting. And I said, you can be from Oklahoma and play in the major leagues. I was asking my dad. And that's how I did it. And then he came to my, I had a golf tournament at the Heart Fund Invitational in Tampa, and he came to the tournament. And I have pictures on my wall of him pitching pennies with my dad outside of the Ramada Inn. And that night, Mickey comes up to me. I'm over there, and he said, hey, John, let's go have a drink. Mickey's asking me to go have a drink because right across the street is the Marriott. And it's a disco. We got those back in those days. It's discos. They got the glass balls and everything else. I said, sure. So we walk across the street to the Marriott, and we walk up to the door of the disco, and the big bouncer's there and says, John, you can come in, but we've already kicked out Mickey 3 times.
That's incredible. Johnny Bench gets to meet his idol, Mickey Mantle. And Mickey Mantle shows up at a golf tournament that he's hosting and says, let's go grab a drink across the street at the disco. Let's go head over to the disco and grab a drink. And Johnny Bench is like, bro, you're Mickey Mantle. Like, I might be a full-grown adult now, but you're Mickey Mantle. Absolutely. We walk across the street, and the bouncer says, Johnny Bench, you can come in, but we've already kicked Mickey Mantle out the club 3 times. There's only one reaction I have to this story, aside from laughing at it. The only reaction I have is, what did Mickey do to get kicked up out the club?
See, my reaction is, did he really care about Johnny Bench, or was he just trying to use him to get back in the club?
Oh, that's why the story's funny. That's why the story's funny. And I appreciate Johnny Bench being able to laugh at it. Because, like, on one hand, I think if I'm in his role, on one hand, I'd be like, oh, you don't want to have a drink with me. On the other hand, I'd also laugh my ass off because, like, I get it. Like, I was your ticket. I'm Johnny Bench. Like, I was a Major League Baseball player. I'm one of the most famous Major League Baseball players of all time. It makes sense that even if you are Mickey Mantle, one of the top, probably 5 most famous baseball players of all time, if you got run up out the club, it makes sense that if you came back and said, yeah, you kicked me out, but I brought Johnny Bench, can I get back in? That's the play you would make. But I genuinely wonder, and I at this point, I almost want to see if we can set up an interview with Johnny Bench just so I can ask him about this story, and I can ask him, did you find out what Mickey Mantle, because I'll tell you, I've been around this a long time. It takes a lot for a professional, high-level, well-known athlete to get the boot from a club. Did you ever find out what Mickey Mantle said or did to get bounced 3 times? Now, there's part of me that's like, I kind of don't want to know in case it was like, change my perspective on him as a person bad. But also, I really want to know, did Mickey Mantle just get hammered and start hitting on chicks? And like, I need to know. All right? I need to know. All right, when we come back, we got a few more lists on the Athletics rivalries. We've gotten down to number 50. Let's look at number 49 through 25 and rank them where they stack up in the year 2025. We'll do that next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Almost had to go Chad Gable there.
I also I want them to run with the gimmick of Gable just picking a different guy to be Americano every week. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's El Grande Americano. Be right back, guys. The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. The Hub City Spartanburger text line is open for you at 844-326-3663 is the number. You can also call that number and get yourselves on the radio if you'd like to join us. That way, we would love to have you. We are this AM running through the athletics list of the 100 best rivalries in college football. Now, they did their list in just an overall sense of the rivalry, right? It is in terms of the importance of the rivalry. It is in terms of the passions of the fan base, the hatred between the fan bases, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm taking a different approach to their list. I am evaluating these rivalries in terms of what they mean to college football in the year 2025. What do they mean to us in this year's college football season? What do they mean to the sport this year? How do they impact the sport this year? We have done numbers 100 through 50. Let's pick up with 49 through 25 and get through as many as we can. We'll continue in the next segment if we need to. Number 49, Indiana-Purdue. From what I understand, great rivalry if you're in Indiana. I don't know that it necessarily registers on the Richter scale outside of that state. Now we will find out if Indiana is able to kind of keep the momentum that they built last year. Obviously, they make it to the playoff. They get blown out in their playoff game, but Kurt Cignetti is a dude that the Indiana fans are all in for. Purdue's kind of fallen off the map the last couple of years, so this one kind of takes a backseat. Number 48, LSU, Arkansas. I've told you before, I'm from Southeast Louisiana. I was born in New Orleans. The handful of my family members that were smart enough to go to college went to LSU, so I kind of grew up like an outside LSU fan. I was going to go to LSU, but the out-of-state tuition was like 6 times higher than just staying in Florida. Shout out UWF Argos. This rivalry is a rivalry, but also it's like LSU's 5th rivalry, right? Like they just don't care. It's the battle for the boot. That's all well and good. They just don't care. Number 47, Michigan-Penn State. Obviously, Michigan-Ohio State is a bigger rivalry. Obviously, Penn State-Ohio State is a bigger rivalry. I do think in the year 2025, though, this rivalry could have massive importance. And I think this rivalry could have massive importance because I think these two teams could be battling for a Big Ten playoff spot. It could also be a reality that the team out of these two that gets left out, if not both of them, might miss the playoffs. And if James Franklin misses the playoffs this year, that might be all she wrote for him at Penn State. On the flip side, for Michigan, and again, actually, I take that back because I just remember these two don't play each other in the regular season. If they play each other, it would be in the Big Ten championship game. But obviously, for that to happen, it would likely require both of them to beat Ohio State, which is unlikely. But as a rivalry overall, for a Michigan team that is going to, for the next year or two, probably be trying to find itself post-cheating scandal, and for Penn State, a football team that, like I said, has had success, but not the success they want to have right now. If these two were to meet the Big Ten title game, it's unlikely. It would be a big deal. Number 46, TCU, SMU. Number 45, Notre Dame, Michigan State. Is that a rivalry game? Some of these, I'm like there's a lot of the smaller ones that I don't really know. There's a lot of smaller ones I do, like TCU, SMU, like I understand down in Texas, especially to Christian colleges. Like this is a big-time rivalry there. I didn't know Notre Dame, Michigan State was a rivalry at all, especially not in the last couple of years.
I wonder if they know.
That's fair. And again, some of these rivalries kind of feel one-sided, right? Like one base considers it a rivalry, the other maybe doesn't. I might put that on the list. Number 44, Iowa, Nebraska, the Corn Bowl. The Hawkeyes taking on the Corn Huskers. Nebraska is another team that I'm interested in this year. Matt Rule, we know that historically, Matt Rule takes 3 years to turn a college around. He did it at Baylor. He did it at Rice before that. And Matt Rule was kind of proven, although, again, I do think trying to take over and be the HC for a dumpster fire franchise, as the Panthers, all caps, were at the time, it was a big ask. This is year 2 for Matt Rule at Nebraska. Will we see a trend in the right direction? They wrap up their season with the Iowa Hawkeyes. Obviously, Iowa's been getting better the last couple of years. I think this one's a fair one to have on the list. Number 43, LSU Ole Miss. This is a rivalry that could, this year, harken back to days gone by. This was a rivalry that when I was growing up, my older family that were LSU fans, Ole Miss was their number one rival. Go to hell, Ole Miss. Like, that would ring through the hallways on college football Saturdays. This one is one that definitely is an older rivalry, but in the year 2025, as we put all of these into a contemporary perspective, this one might come back because Joey Freshwater, keeps getting close, but just not close enough. And you got to wonder, how close is close enough for Ole Miss to say, you know what, we're good right here? We know it's going to be tough for us to ever compete in the upper echelon of the SEC. How close is close enough for Ole Miss? And then again, any rivalry game this year with LSU jumps to the top of the list because Brian Kelly is probably one of, I would say Coach Pry at Virginia Tech. I would say James Franklin at Penn State. I would say those are probably my 3 coaches that I do think are, even if it is lukewarm, on some sort of hot seat this year. Number 42, Virginia, North Carolina. All right. Number 41, Lafayette, Lehigh. Number 40, Notre Dame versus the military academies. They have Navy, Army, Air Force on this list. I think that one's fair. Again, there are some years, last year, Navy, Notre Dame felt like a real big game. Notre Dame was, either undefeated or one loss. People were asking, okay, are they actually a good football team this year, or have they just been beating up on bad teams? Notre Dame, of course, wrecked Navy, but these rivalries kind of have some prestige to them. Maybe not much in terms of shifting the college football landscape in 2025, but I do think this is one that, publicly, you're interested in, especially because obviously the military academies usually run a very different style of offense than these teams are used to facing, so that changes it up. And if Notre Dame catches one of these academies in the middle of the schedule, right? They're coming off Clemson and they got Florida State the next week and this is wedged in the middle, that can kind of change the vibes a little bit. Number 39, a great rivalry. If you haven't chipped in, you should. North Dakota State, South Dakota State. Number 38, Texas, Arkansas. Kind of another one of those rivalries that feels maybe it's a rivalry to Arkansas. I don't think Texas cares as much. Number 37, Pitt, Penn State. Again, great rivalry. It's just very one-sided. Number 36, Tennessee, Florida. Same kind of thing. It's a secondary rivalry, I think, for both of these schools. Not that it's not a rivalry, because I do think it is a rivalry. But I think it's a secondary rivalry for both of these schools, A and B. I think on the national scale, it doesn't really shake the radar all that much. This year it could. This year it might. Again, Billy Napier trying to establish himself at Florida and get the Florida fans back into his back pocket. DJ Lagway expected to be at least an outside Heisman finalist threat at Florida, but did they build the offense around him right? Did they get him the talent? Is the offensive line going to rebound this year? This game could be another one of those games that kind of shapes the future of that football team, Florida or Tennessee, and in doing so, shapes the future of the Southeastern Conference as a whole. If Josh Heupel is the real deal and Tennessee wins the couple of rivalry games that they've been brought up on this list so far, then maybe Josh Heupel puts Tennessee back into that Georgia stratosphere. But if he loses this game, maybe it says Billy Napier really is the guy and he just needed some time. Maybe it says, they just got lucky and hit with DJ Lagway. Either way, if they win this game, I think Florida would announce at that point that they are kind of moving back into where they believe that they ought to be in the SEC. Florida fans have this sense of we deserve to be in that top notch, but beating a team like Tennessee, which they will do after they are at Ole Miss, but the week before Florida State, that's a tough spot to have a wedge game. Number 35, TCU, Baylor. Number 34, Minnesota, Iowa. Number 33, Nebraska, Colorado. All-time rivalries, I'd say 33 is too high. Right now in 2025, I'd say this was interesting, right? Deion Sanders this year. Again, this is a prove-it year for Deion. Could have said last year did have a human cheat code, and Travis Hunter did have Shedeur Sanders, who, regardless of if he fell down to round number 5, was still one of the better quarterbacks in college football. Deion's got to go without those guys. It's all Deion guys now, no Deion's kids now. So, and then obviously, as we talked about a moment ago, Matt Rule trying to establish that he is definitely that dude to turn around Nebraska. This one's got some heat to it. Number 32, Iowa State, kind of the same situation. Two teams trending upward, trying to prove that they are the kings of the state. Number 31, Georgia Tech. Probably too high for this rivalry in the national eye, right? Like, nobody thinks Georgia Tech is beating Georgia. I actually like this rivalry in this spot. And I like this rivalry because of Georgia Tech's head coach, Brent Key. Just a football dude. One of my favorite dudes to talk to at SEC Media Days, because a lot of football coaches, I get frustrated when they won't turn off the football mentality, right? Like, talk to me as a dude. Like, I want to get to know you, the dude. That's the thing. That's who Brent Key is. There is no off switch. I assume that Brent Key probably has his wife watch film if they have a marital dispute. Like, that's the football dude he is. He believes that Georgia Tech should be competing with Georgia. It's always going to be tough. You're in Atlanta. You're in the middle of the SEC. Like, you're not known as a football powerhouse. You are going to have to establish yourself before you start getting the recruits that can help you beat Georgia. But if somebody can do it there, it's Brent Key. Number 30, Washington State in the Apple Cup. Sure, fine with it. Matters a lot to them. Probably not much on the national scale, but it is what it is. Number 29, Stanford Cal. This is an ACC rivalry now. Like, neither of these teams is necessarily shaking the AC tree right now, but both of them feel like they're trending upwards. So it could be an interesting game. Number 28, Utah BYU. The Storm and Mormons taking on the Utes. Fun one. Oregon State, the Civil War. Number 27. That's a great game only because they wear the color jerseys. Both teams wear their colors every year, and it makes for a great TV experience, I guess.
I don't know. It's sometimes hard to watch.
See, I like it a lot.
Because it's blurry.
Yeah, I like a color game. Was it like 2 years ago, the Ducks wore green, the Cougs wore red, and it was like really foggy, hazy. Do you remember that game? It was a late night game. It was really foggy, hazy, and it made everything like gray. So it looked like two teams wearing gray. It was tough, but it was fun to watch. I'm only going to say I'm good with this at 27 because, like, Oregon State's got to hate Oregon for ditching them for the Big Ten, right? Like, you killed us, man. Like, you literally may have killed us. Number 26, Pitt, West Virginia. This is the greatest rivalry in college football that none of you pay attention to. No, like, you just don't. Sweet Caroline, eat Pitt. Like, these two teams hate each other. Is it going to do much in the national scale? Probably not, like, unless Pitt bounces back. But, man, it's just fun to watch the hate. And number 25, Oklahoma State. Bedlam. I'm all in for this one. This one's fun. I did not know this until I had a buddy here who's moved since, but he's a big Oklahoma State Cowboy, played a little college baseball for the Pokes back in the day. I talked to him about this rivalry. He's like, dude, I despise Oklahoma. I see that stupid O interlocked U, and it infuriates me. This rivalry matters to them, and it will matter this year because the Cowboys are getting better, and Brent Venables, I really do think he's in a prove-it year this year. Like, if he doesn't get it done this year for the Boomer Sooners, that might be all she wrote for Brent Venables. Does that put him back on the map for Clemson? I don't know. Would he get a smaller job and try to learn his way up? I don't know. But this one's big. When we come back in the next hour of the show, I got a few more sound bites I want to play for you about sports we will analyze. And then in segment 2, we'll run through rivalries number 24 to number 1 and see how you feel about them all. That's coming up on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Got the boo for hitting up the shouties. You're probably right. Like I said, it's one of those things where I kind of like, I want to know what Mickey Mantle did to get kicked out of a late night disco. On the other hand, I'm worried it would be something that I would go, oh, I don't like Mickey Mantle anymore. Which, like, you know, a lot of the guys from the 20s and 30s and 40s, it's kind of tough too because it was obviously a super sexist, racist era, but also it was a different era. So you kind of try to look at them through the lens of as just an athlete and not a guy who fell victim to a backwards culture at the time. But also there are dudes from that era who crossed the line even for that era. And I don't want Mickey Mantle to go on that list. But at the same time, my dude caught the boot 3 times in one night, according to Johnny Bench. It's, in a nightclub, you gotta be pretty egregious to catch a boot. How egregious you have to do to catch a boot 3 times in a night? To get the boot, for them to say, you know what, come on back in, we're going to give you a second chance. To catch the boot a second time, to come back and then go, you know what, you're Mickey Mantle. Like, cool, you screwed up, we'll give you a third chance, don't do it again. And then to catch the boot again. Like,
right,
what did you do?
So now that I'm thinking about it, he was coherent enough to go over and talk to Johnny Bench, so maybe it's not alcohol related. Maybe it is back to hitting on somebody.
All right, so this is one of those spots that I'm going to speak as a imbiber. You can be hammered, but like you can catch a buzz, maybe and get light drunk, and like it doesn't automatically mean you lose the ability to string a thought together.
This is
like you don't
this
become.
Is where you believe I've never spent time around people drinking when I was a designated driver, and I know that there are some people that are good like that. There are others who are not.
Sure.
There are others who, a couple in, you can tell the difference in their speech. You can tell the difference in their walk. And I guess it's a matter of weight and a matter of being a lightweight.
See, I don't, unless I'm smashed, which I do not get smashed anymore, mainly because the hangovers last a week.
But you only know what people tell you. You may think that you're a certain way and maybe you're
That's
not.
also true. I know for a fact, because I've been told this, I'm a lovey drunk. I get drunk, I want to hug everybody. I love her. I'll tell strangers I love them, that they're doing a great job at life. Like, I'm a motivational speaker when I have a handful in me. I also know, and I will not drink with fight guy who gets drunk and then he just wants to fight everybody. I hate that guy.
And
That guy ruins a good
one
time.
of those guys in every group. So
my group does a really good job at eliminating that guy from the group. Like, we just won't call you. You cause a problem with us when the boys go out for a night on the town. If you cause us to not enjoy ourselves, you don't get to come back. Like, we're not sacrificing our good time to keep you in good graces with the group. All right. AutoZone.
eat up, buddy. Take care of your gut.
Tell you what, executive decision made during the break. I'm gonna change up everything I told you was gonna happen. Not everything that I told you was gonna happen. We're gonna finish up the rivalry list here. We're gonna do the top 24 rivalries in college football according to The Athletic. And again, if you're just tuning in, we are running through the Athletics list because it's rankings. We're running out of ranking season. We should do some big rankings. We're doing a big ranking this AM. We are running through according to The Athletic, top 100 rivalries in college football in order. But as The Athletic just kind of ranked them in the traditional definition of the word rivalry, we are evaluating their rivalry list and whether items should be higher or lower based on the 2025 prism. What do they mean in 2025? Like, there are rivalries on this list where, you know, two teams were rivalries back in the 1900s. Like the early. I forget that when I say the 1900s now, like that was 30 years ago. Right? I'm talking about not it's historic. The 1900s are historic.
It was
now.
not 30 years ago. The 1900s would have been
25 years ago, 26 years ago.
Yeah.
But to me, the 1900s are like 1960 and before that.
Well, just start saying at the turn of the century.
Ugh, that makes it worse for some reason. So anyway, when I was 15 years old, at the turn of the century. All right. So we are taking these rivalries. Like if it's a rivalry game, but your two teams haven't gotten together since, 1968, that's not a rivalry game to me. Like you may still hate that fan base because your grandpappy hated that fan base, and that's fine. I respect that. But like, that's not a rivalry game to me. If those two teams get matched up in a bowl game and your best selling point is these two rivals who last played in 1972, like, all right, okay. Like, if your last time your rivalry played was when my parents were kids, I'm out. It's not a rivalry anymore. So here we go. Top 24 rivalries. At number 24, what a convenient coincidence that I left off there. At number 24, Lonzo, Clemson versus South Carolina. They have that at number 24 in their top 100 rivalries, which I don't think, considering, and you'll hear some more of these rivalries as we jump up the list, I don't think it is disrespectful, especially considering the fact that, since Spurrier left, it has been relatively one-sided in terms of results. South Carolina's obviously gotten 2 of the last 4, so it's kind of starting to tilt back into that middle range of actual competition. That's great. I do think for the year 2025, it deserves to be higher than number 24. And I think it deserves to be higher than number 24, aside from just the quality, at least expected quality of these two teams. Clemson, as we have mentioned a few times in this show, is a trendy and growing in popularity pick, not to go to the playoffs, to win the national championship. On the flip side, South Carolina, I have now heard by a number of show hosts on the network. And listen, the network encourages us to disagree with each other. We like to disagree with each other. Not like fight, but like disagree with each other. I have heard, outside of my influence, a number of hosts on the network who have said that they're picking South Carolina to go to a playoff game this year. To be, maybe not make a run, but to be there, to be in the dance. And yesterday, though I cannot remember who it was because I was out and about yesterday listening to some different podcasts, and I was doing something. I didn't write it down. But one of the big name college football writers said yesterday that he believes that there is, despite the difficult schedule, a reasonable and realistic chance that the South Carolina Gamecocks could be in the SEC championship this year. Now, caveat, he did say a lot of that is going to depend on Arch Manning having some troubles outside of the gate, losing to Ohio State in week number 1, dropping another one later to maybe in Oklahoma in a rivalry game. It is going to rely on Tennessee knocking off Georgia, but also taking a dumb loss somewhere. He said it's going to rely on like another Vanderbilt, Alabama, wild underdog, like no reason for them to win this game kind of situation. But there was a big-time writer yesterday who said, and again, I don't think he was doing this to get attention by putting forward a hot take, but there is at least a couple of people out there predicting South Carolina as a at least contender for an SEC championship game appearance, which would be an auto bid into the college football playoff effectively. And then Clemson is one of the trendiest picks to win the national championship game. I would say if we are doing the way The Athletic did and just saying overall rivalry, just whatever you want to rank it on, then I'm fine with it checking in around 24. I'd probably put it up closer to like 15. But
I think it's a good spot. I do. I think it's a good spot, and I can't wait to hear what's ahead of it, but I think it's a pretty good spot.
I think it's a good spot the way The Athletic ranked them. But if we are ranking rivalries that matter,
it's only become a rivalry again lately. So, I mean, for a while, it was just Clemson winning every single year.
I would not disagree. I would rephrase it a little bit. I would say it has only become a rivalry that the nation cares about.
Nationally recognized rivalry. All right.
It has only become a nationally recognized rivalry in the last couple of years now that South Carolina's grabbed a couple. This year, I think it rivalry weekend, this might be on the forefront because, again, silver lining, everything goes great, optimistic, best case scenario. It is a best case scenario that Clemson is coming into this game at 11-0, and South Carolina is trying to hand them their first and only regular season loss. Best case scenario on the other side is that South Carolina is coming into this game at like 9-2, maybe 10-1.
How is that the best? The best case scenario is both of them being undefeated.
I mean, that's the ideal scenario.
That's best.
A realistic best case scenario for me.
Okay, there you go. That's a good word to throw in there.
A realistic best case scenario for me. Clemson's coming in at 11-0. South Carolina's coming in at like 9-2. I mean, maybe 10-1, but like probably 9-2. Maybe this is their game to get to 10 wins, right? I don't know. But
so if there's speculation they may make the playoff, there's no way they could be 9-2 coming into this game.
There's absolutely a way they can be 9-2. We did the schedule breakdown the other day. There's 5
what
games.
I mean and make the playoff.
No, correct. Now, well, if they're coming in 9-2 and they can finish the season 10-2 with a win over Clemson, I think that's a playoff team. I think 10-2 in the Southeastern Conference will I'm not going to guarantee it gets you into the playoff, but I will guarantee you that it gets you into that group of teams that are fighting for those last playoff spots. I believe right now that this year college football feels, and you can credit this to NIL, you can credit this to the portal, you can credit this to the upheaval across the landscape, credit it wherever you want to credit. There's a debate to be had. It feels to me like this year there is as much parity coming into college football as we have had in a very long time. In years gone by, it is kind of felt like coming into the year, any given year, there were like 2 teams, 3 teams that you consider genuine national championship contenders. And if anybody else jumped into that group, it was a big shock. This year, I think Ohio State's a contender. I think Notre Dame's a contender. I think Oregon's a contender. I think Texas is a contender. I think Penn State's a contender. Georgia is a contender. Outside group looking in, I think Tennessee's in that group. I think Indiana's back in that group. I think Ole Miss is in that group. I think SMU under Kevin Jennings and Rhett Lashley's in that group. I think Clemson is in that top tier group. I think Alabama's in the top tier group. I think Miami's in the secondary group. I think any of these teams, some will need a little help. Some will need to overperform. But I think there's probably 12 or 13 teams that I'm like, that team could win a natty. If everything goes right, that team could win a natty. And I do think both of these teams in different tiers are in that group. This rivalry game at the end of the year, this rivalry game could be up there in terms of importance. I'm not saying in terms of prestige, though some of you may argue with that. I'm not saying in terms of overall talent, though I could be proven wrong about that. But I think in terms of importance, this game could be at like inside the top 3 or 4 rivalry games this year. I think for Clemson, it could be them fighting for an undefeated season. Now, at this point, we'll kind of know, like, obviously at a conference game, we'll have a pretty good idea that South Carolina either is or is not in the SEC title game, that Clemson either is or is not in the ACC title game. Likely they will be, and likely they will already be playoff bound. So probably not mean as much, but we also know, as we learned last year, Dabo don't give a damn. He's going to compete. He's bringing the starters. He's rolling them out there. He's trying to score 50. He's trying to win this game. South Carolina in this game could be fighting to make sure that they are in that 10-2 group of teams that's maybe right there on the bubble and is stacking resumes to see who goes and who doesn't from the non-championship game participants. And if they are in the bubble, I will even go so far as to say, if South Carolina came into this 10-1, I still think they would need to win this game, because this is a not just a resume boost, but it is a resume boost over a likely Power 4 conference champion when it's all said and done.
Well, if we're just going scenarios here, they wouldn't have to win the game to make the playoff if they were in the SEC championship game, which they could come in 10-1, lose to Clemson, and still play in the SEC championship.
That is very likely true. There is also a very good possibility they could be 10-2 and not get into the SEC championship game.
Absolutely.
Right? There's absolutely the possibility they go 10-2 and do not make it into the conference championship game. So again, we're ways out. We're 6 days away from the start of football season with SEC Media Days, 15 days away from starting the ACC season with ACC football kickoff. We are just 4 days away from the first 2 NFL camps opening up this weekend with the Hall of Fame game on the 31st of this month. We are still a long way from actual football that counts and that matters. But I think the closer we get to it and the more people are starting to look at Clemson and Carolina, I think people are starting to recognize, like, this rivalry game could be ground zero for a playoff-shaking result. It could be again, if Clemson gets got in the regular season, it could be that they got to have a resume builder and this is it. For South Carolina, if they're not in the SEC championship game, which, let's be real, I'm not taking a bet that they will be. The SEC stacked at the top. If South Carolina's not in the championship game, this could be a get to 10 wins and have a Power 4 conference championship victory in your back pocket. That's a big resume boost. This rivalry game, which The Athletic has ranked at number 24 on their list of the top 100 college football rivalries, I'm fine with it at 24 if we're doing the ranking the traditional definition, the traditional way that we use the word rivalry. But in terms of what we've been framing and angling this conversation this year, which is of the importance of the rivalry in the 2025 football season and to the college football landscape in 2025, honestly, I think this is a top 10 game. And I think that there is a very good chance that when we get to Thanksgiving and when it is rivalry weekend and when we are setting up for the games that weekend, I think there is a very good chance this could be one of the most important 2 or 3 rivalry games to be played this year. All right, coming up, I got a few more sound bites for you, some actual sports sound bites I want to play, and we will respond to, and then we will also take a look, just out of curiosity's sake, at the rest of the rivalries inside the top 23. Where do you guys think that this list is right and wrong? Shoot your text to 844-326-3663 on the Hub City Spartanburger text line, 844-326-3663. Call that number, get on the air. More importantly than all that, enjoy the next 60 seconds of your life. It's going to be the 60 seconds that you remember most about your day. It's the Sports Flash.
Yeah, if that's true, your day is not going to be a good one. The Orlando Magic have agreed to a 5-year rookie max contract with Paolo Banchero that will pay him $239 million and could reach as much as $287 if he becomes All-NBA, MVP, or Defensive Player of the Year next year. The rookie max is the first signed since Luka Doncic and Trae Young in 2021. Though it was suspected already, the Indiana Pacers have announced Tyrese Halliburton will be unavailable next season with a torn Achilles suffered in the NBA Finals. The team reported the snap was higher than anticipated in his leg, but the surgery to repair it went well. The Atlanta Braves got a night off last night after dropping 4 in a row and 7 of 9. We're back in action tonight with a 10:05 start against the A's in California. Rookie Didier Fuentes is scheduled to get the start against the A's. Jeffrey Springs, that's who's going to be starting for the A's. Fuentes is 0-2 so far this season. Sometimes you just got to rip up the daggum script and start all over again. Yes, sir.
in Greenville and in Nashville, 864-448-3772. That's
Which is your strength? Your backhand or your forehand?
Forehand. I never had a backhand. I just put my left hand on the racket, caused me to turn completely sporadic.
Is that about footwork?
No, it's, yes, everything in tennis is about footwork, just like everything else, but it's like, for me, for whatever reason, it was tough to, with the left hand being the control hand on a backhand, it was tough for me to get the racket on a plane, like swinging level, keep the face straight, and then rotate over the top of the ball to get it to dive over the net. Like, I would either send the ball into the stratosphere or I would just launch it on a laser to the back post on the other side of the court.
Ooh, that was nice. That was basically a slam dunk what she just did.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the Great One, Lonzo, and 844-326-3663 is the number to the Hub City Spartanburgers text line. You can text that number right now. We will read them on the air. Dewey has texted the show and said, ranking season sucks. I'd rather hear you talk about wrestling all show than this crap. The crap in question, for those of you who are perhaps just joining the show this morning, The Athletic has put out its list of the 100 best rivalries in college football. Now, The Athletic created this list using what I think most of us would use in the colloquial version of the word rivalry.
Artificial intelligence.
Yes, they put it. No, I do not believe that they put it together via AI. I think they use the traditional definition of the word rivalry. That is to say, we are taking into consideration the historical perspective. We are taking into consideration the respect that the rest of the country has for that rivalry, right? Like rivalries that are super regional probably aren't being looked at as a great rivalry outside of said region. And, of course, some level, I think, of success of the two teams, both at large and against each other. So with that being said, we have run you through the top 75 rivalries so far. Clemson, South Carolina checked in on the athletics list at number 24. I was going to say number 74, but that's incorrect. Number 24 is where you find the Palmetto Bowl. Now, before we continue down this list and take you 24 down to 1, I would also like to point out that we are evaluating these rivalries this morning through the lens of the year 2025, the 2025 football season. So, if there's a rivalry, Clemson, Georgia, that has not been played or is only played once in a blue moon and is more leaning on ancient history of that rivalry, then it's not as impactful to me. It goes further down the Rob Brown Show rivalry rankings. If the rivalry has been lately non-competitive. I'm not talking about a rivalry where, one school had a 50-year head start, and so they racked up a ton of wins, and they lead the all-time series by 50. I'm talking about the last 5-6 years. Has it been a competitive rivalry, or has one side dominated it? If one side is dominating that rivalry, especially if it would appear that one side is going to continue to dominate that rivalry for some time, then it kind of loses some prestige points from me. So, in evaluating these rivalries in the lens of 2025, we left off with South Carolina Clemson at number 24. Number 23, the Egg Bowl, Ole Miss, Mississippi State. Honestly, I would put this game, I think it's fair, right there in the mix. I am fine with this for an overall rivalry ranking as the Athletic did. These two schools hate each other. I mean, they dislike each other a lot. And this Egg Bowl has been the source of some of the funniest college football moments in years. This was the game, I forget the wide receiver that did it, but remember when the wide receiver scored a touchdown and then he crawled like a dog to the goal to the goalpost, and he lifted his leg as if he was a dog urinating on the opponent's goalpost? This is that game. This is where that came from. They are petty AF in their quest to hold college football dominance in the state of Mississippi. I'm good with that at number 23. Plus, this game's always played on Black Friday, so it's usually a standalone game, which means everybody's tuned in because what else are you doing? Number 22, Iowa, Wisconsin. I am going to lean on our resident Big Ten expert, Lonzo, on this one. Is this like a big rivalry game in Big Ten country? Because I don't know that it's ever popped on my radar.
It's one of those things where the team that you pull for and you grew up with is usually the dominant team and part of what will probably be the biggest rivalry on this list. Everything else is secondary. So it's not entirely that I didn't notice. It's just that I don't think it's really a rivalry.
Yeah, see, for that reason, I think that this one would drop down on the list. Number 21.
Well, how about in relevance to today? Do you see? I mean, because Wisconsin hasn't been that good lately.
They haven't, but they also it feels like they're getting better. They did have the loss of Xavier Lucas, one of their best players off the defense, went down to Miami transfer portal, but Wisconsin never gave him the clearance to transfer. So there's a lawsuit going on about tampering and blah 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 because he got down there and immediately got paid by the Canes. Wisconsin's rivalry right now is with Miami, and it doesn't involve putting on a helmet. So, I don't know, man. I can't really put that one on the list. Number 21, Washington, Oregon. This is obviously a more Northern Pacific rivalry, but I also know it is a pretty good one. And obviously with those two teams and all the conference realignment, especially considering the Huskies had that good year under Kalen DeBoer with Michael Penix Jr. as their starting QB, it kind of gained a little traction. Now, since they moved on, both from that year and from the conference, a lot of people are in on Jed Fish at Washington. Comes up from Arizona. I don't know that I am yet. So, like, good rivalry, but like not necessarily one that I'm like, that one's got to have a TV. Number 20. Screw you. This one deserves to be on the list. Harvard, Yale. Let the nerds play football too.
I'm surprised it isn't higher.
I am too, to be honest with you.
Historically.
Yeah. Again, zero relevance to the landscape of college football on its grandest stage. But still a good rivalry. And
Is it even relevant as far as the Ivy League goes?
Oh, yeah. No, these two teams hate each other. I will tell you that if it is not in a slot where it is overwhelmed by other rivalry games, I will put Harvard Yale on my TV every time. These teams, they crack. They pop when they play. Number 18, Michigan, Notre Dame. I think this is probably higher than most of the other Notre Dame rivalries that are on this list. Notre Dame, Miami, for instance, which I do think deserves to be inside the top 50. But the historicity between these two teams and the fact that, again, not two teams that are going to play each other very often. So it does take a dive on the Rob Brown Show rivalry rankings. But if and when they get together, it's a big game. Number 17. This one is one that I genuinely do not understand why it doesn't have higher respect nationally, other than it hasn't really been competitive since like Cam Newton left. Auburn, Georgia, the oldest rivalry in the South. These two teams have been playing each other for 1,000 years at this point, and more often than not, they produce some absolute crackers of games. You had the Miracle on the Plains, right, where they had the helmet bounce. They had the helmet bounce off the top of the head that Auburn was able to take back for a tutty and win that game. Like they've given some bangers, even when one is definitely better than the other. I would have Auburn, Georgia a little bit higher on this list than 17, but I also recognize why they have it there, which is it is not really a rivalry that is recognized, honestly, outside of the South, right? Like Alabama, Auburn is. It's not really recognized outside of the SEC footprint. I don't understand why. Number 16, Michigan, Michigan State. Great rivalry, would deserve to be better, but obviously Michigan has just dominated this for a very long time.
The little brother comments a couple years ago.
Yeah.
It helped fuel it even more so.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong.
You got to win some. You do.
I think Go Blue does treat this like a rivalry. And I think Sparty treats this as kind of a Super Bowl game for them, right? If we can knock off Michigan, that's a season made right there. I do hope Sparty starts to get more competitive. I do hope that Sparty gets pointed in the right direction under Jonathan Smith, but who comes over from what? I think Oregon State. He brought his whole staff with him. That was a big get. That was a Beavers team that was absolutely trending up when he left. It kind of put Oregon State in a double bad spot because not only did everybody else jettison the Pac-2 and leave them there, but on top of that, while it was happening, probably, if I had to guess, because it was happening, they lost their entire damn football coaching staff. That's why Jed Fish is there. They really liked Jonathan. I really like Jonathan Smith. So I'm interested to see if Sparty can climb back in the right direction. Number 15. This one goes higher. Texas A&M. These two teams, already don't like each other. UT versus the Colt. But on top of that, since this rivalry has become a Southeastern Conference rivalry, and since Texas is obviously working its way towards attempting to claim domination of the Southeastern Conference, and the Colt seems to keep getting close but not be able to finish the deal, this one is another game that pops quite a bit. I like this rivalry a lot. I can't stand Texas A&M. Their fans are, all due respect if you're listening, Aggies, weirdos. Pyaw! Like, it's weird. Nobody likes it. Just stop, please. But the rivalry's good. Number 14, USC UCLA. Sure, I'm good with it. It means a lot in LA. It means a lot in California to the people out there who like college football. Probably doesn't register on the national. It might soon, though, because I think if Lincoln Riley doesn't get it together at USC this year, they might be in a Texas A&M Jimbo Fisher situation. Like, hey, Will Ferrell, can you spot us a few $1 million so we can get this man up out of here because he ain't it? Number 12, the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. Shut up. That is what it's called, and I'm never going to change it.
Hold on. You're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, well.
I don't know who decided that exactly. Did the schools decide that?
The schools did decide that.
Yeah. Did they really think that was going to work?
Yeah, it's a branding thing. And you know what it ended up doing? Have you heard of the Streisand effect? The Streisand effect came into play a few years ago because there was this like really bad picture of Barbara Streisand that was going around on the internet. And Barbara Streisand's PR company went out there and they tried to like, I guess, sue the internet to make that picture stop going around. And then all that led to was everybody was like, well, I got to go find this picture now. And it ended up to that picture being one of the most viewed pictures on Google for like a year and a half. Happened to Beyonce as well. Beyonce had a really unflattering picture from a concert a few years ago. She tried to get it removed from the internet. It ended up like becoming a big deal. And it's going around right now with JD Vance, the vice president. There's like a meme of him going around as a big fat guy and his head's bald. And they are trying to like make that go off the radar. And if you go on social media, like millions of people have it as their Twitter profile picture now, right? Like if you acknowledge the presence of a thing you don't like, it makes people want to dive in more. You said, please don't call it the world's largest outdoor cocktail party anymore. And not only is it exclusively what people are calling it, they go out of their way to point out that is the reason that they are exclusively calling it that. A couple of years ago, Nick Saban's wife, Miss Terry, asked the Bama fans, they sing Dixieland Delight during their games, right? And when it gets to the chorus of that song, Bama fans have their own special message that they sing instead of the words. They're like, do, Auburn and LSU and Tennessee. And Miss Terry, Nick Saban's wife, came out and was like, hey, we're a family-friendly environment. Please stop singing that song. And they did it for like one game out of Miss Terry, and then they played it again like 2 games later, and it was as loud as it's ever been. That's kind of where I am with the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. I will tell you, I've been to that game twice. As a neutral observer, it's fun. It's a blast. Great tailgate, great cocktail party, and those two teams really do not like each other. Their fan bases hate each other. That's a great game. And I think this year, it's probably going to make a return to national relevance. Again, we've talked about Florida. We've talked about Georgia. Don't have to get into that again. It'll make a return to national relevance. Here's one that I love. Alabama, Tennessee, second Saturday. This one deserves to be higher on the list. This is Alabama's second rivalry, I think, behind only Auburn. In fact, I don't think it is their second rivalry. But these two fan bases, and this is another one that I think it's more prevalent, it's more prominent in the Deep South than it is nationally. But, buddy, we get great sound clips out of this every year. Every year. There was a dude a few years ago who made this whole speech about how much he hates Tennessee orange. He's like, that's baby puke orange. And it was like a soundbite I played about Tennessee on my show all the time. Great rivalry. Let's go top 10 real quick. We'll run through down some of these because I think we've hit the point where most of you don't care about the rest of them. Number 10, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Okay. Number 9, Florida State. I think this year it's interesting. Not that it's necessarily going to shake up the landscape, but you know, if FSU is looking to get back to 8-4 this year and beating Florida would get them over the win total, that would be a big deal. If Florida State comes into this game and they are once again looking at a 2-10 season, beating Florida might give them a little, pearl of optimism. Losing to Florida would obviously destroy the souls of Florida State fans. And then Florida, looking to be a playoff team. Number 8, Ohio State, Penn State. Kind of the same situation. James Franklin's got to win this thing this year. Ryan Day put to bed the haters last year, but if he was to turn around and lose to James Franklin the next year, especially if it is another year like last year where the Buckeyes are like, are we in? Where are we in? Yada, yada, yada. Maybe that gets a little more interesting right back out of the gate. Number 7, Miami, Florida State. Same situation with the Florida State rivalry. Number 6, Nebraska, Oklahoma. Yeah, I think that rivalry's dead. Number 5, USC, Notre Dame. Had a big conversation about this because the two coaches are trying to save this rivalry. I think the schools would like to save the rivalry, but this rivalry, which is the oldest continuously played rivalry dating back to the early 1900s. I think we said they've missed it 3 times. 2 of them were for a world war, and 1 of them was for the pandemic. Reasonable excuses to miss the rivalry game, but is under threat because, Notre Dame's filling up the schedule elsewhere to make NBC happy. USC over in the Big Ten has a full Big Ten schedule. They probably don't want to add another title contender every year in Notre Dame. Great rivalry. And Lincoln Riley's got to be better if it wants to stay up there. Number 4, Army, Navy. This game is number 1 to me. It always has been. I've been to this game 3 times. It is electrifying every time. This game deserves to be number 1, but I understand why it's not. Lonzo, top 3. Name them in order. What do you got? It's not that hard.
I don't think I can do it. I can only name what I think number 1 is.
What's number 1?
I think it's Ohio State, Michigan, but maybe it's not.
That is exactly correct.
Yeah.
Number 3 is the Red River Shootout, Oklahoma versus Texas.
Okay.
Obviously, that rivalry has stayed alive as those two teams followed each other to the Southeastern Conference. Great game every year. Absolutely a must-watch. Number 2, Auburn, Alabama, the Iron Bowl.
I don't know. For some reason, you've mentioned that so many times during this whole thing. I thought it had already been done.
I think there were a few years where I could have made the argument that this was the number one rivalry in college football. I think there were a few years, the Cam Newton years, the early Saban years, those championship kind of bleed over years. I think there were a few years where I could have made the argument that this is the number one rivalry in college football. Gives you great moments, the kick six and all that. But also the last couple, like unless Hugh Freeze gets it together, and I've already said, if Hugh Freeze has a record, I think, of 8-4, he is on the hot seat. Maybe he doesn't make it to next year. Maybe he does, but he's on a hot seat. If he has 7-5 and worse, Hugh Freeze is getting fired this year. He is done this year. That kind of adds back to this rivalry because I do think if they want to get to that mark, they will probably have to beat Bama. And then there's Kalen DeBoer trying to make a name for himself. And then number one, the rivalry, Michigan, Ohio State. I don't know how much more we need to say about that. When we come back, I've been talking Atlanta Braves ball. I've been talking about Brian Snicker. I've been talking about the coaching staff. I've been talking about making a move. And I've been talking about the fact that I believe they are showing too much loyalty to the point that they are ignoring their obligation to fans of the baseball team in order to honor obligations that they do not have to Brian Snicker. Welp, another team has just taken a step that the Bravos should have taken a number of weeks ago. And if this doesn't inspire Atlanta to change something, nothing will. I'll tell you what we're talking about when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Time for the Michigan love, and he's right, more than likely, with what he's going to say. I don't know. Could get run, though.
Dun, 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 dun. Be right back, dudes and dudettes. Y'all stay right there. The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. I'm going to get to this quick baseball story here in uno momento, but Chris is on the line, has been kind enough to hang through the break. As always, calls go to the front of the line. Chris, welcome back to the show, big dog. Good to have you.
What's happening? Great to hear from you, gentlemen. Lonzo, thank you for allowing me in. Rob, great to chat with you. There is one name on this list of rivalries that absolutely insults my intelligence and should insult everybody's intelligence. And it is the epitome of a fake rivalry, and one that has been created for television purposes through this mass conglomeration of conferences. And that is the rivalry sitting at number 8 on the list, Ohio State and Penn State. This brings me no joy to say, as a Penn State fan, this is not a rivalry, unless you consider a hammer and a nail to be a rivalry. Penn State has won 4 of the last 23 meetings against Ohio State. They have played a total of 40 times in the history of ever between those two teams. And I get that they both might have a high number next to their name, but this is not a rivalry. And in fact, when you look at the list at the total number of meetings, you have to go all the way down to number 47 to find a quote-unquote rivalry that's been played less than that. And guess what that involves? Oh, another fake rivalry between Michigan and Penn State. Those two teams aren't rivals. They've played each other 27 times, for crying out loud. Every other name on this list makes sense as far as a rivalry goes. There's deep history. There's been historic games between the two that have meant a lot through decades in the history of the sport. These are two of the fakest rivalries you'll ever see in your life, and it should insult all of our intelligence that they're anywhere close to a top 50, much less in the top 10 of rivalries in college football.
Yeah, those were two that kind of gave me pause. I'm like, I guess if you want to call them rivalry because they are both at the top of the Big Ten, or I guess all three at the top of the Big Ten, and this is like the Big Ten right now is. And I hope that this changes. I hope the conference gets a little more parity. But right now, there are 3 teams that are at the top of this conference that are fighting for 2 Big Ten title spots and leaving one to fight for the outside playoff spot every year. If you want, but I agree, it does feel a little forced.
It does. And Penn State is really whether you want to quibble as to whether or not Penn State is an elite program, let's say they're at least a great program in the history of college football. They're really the only team that it's hard to pinpoint who their actual rival is. Obviously, the longest rival was Pitt. Penn State Pitt, obviously one of those rivalries over 100 times played, but they haven't played each other in a long time, have barely played each other over the last 2.5 decades. It's certainly not Ohio State. It's not Michigan. It's not West Virginia. It's hard to really pin down what a rival looks like. And I don't think there's any other team consistently towards the top of the rankings in college football that you have such a difficult time saying who that team's number one rival is. I think it makes Penn State a little bit unique in that space. And quite frankly, it also makes me a little bit sad because every year you get to that last weekend in November, everybody else gets to play an awesome game against a rival that they're always looking for. Penn State ends up playing Rutgers, Michigan State, UCLA, and it's like a wet fart to end the season, basically. Well, everybody else gets to play their hated rivals. So it's always something I've been a little bit jealous of as a Penn State fan.
I respect it. Chris, appreciate it. Good to talk to you, big dog. Anytime. 844-326-3663 is the number. If you would like to be a part of the radio program, you can call in and get on the air, or you can text that number, 844-326-3663, if you would like to do so and make your opinions heard. Yeah, I've said like 6 times this hour. It's starting to bug me.
I'm glad that I had a question and he answered the question about who their rivalry is with. And
that's fair. I think even if you're not a fan of the biggest schools, who there I did it again.
You did say that there's only 3 schools. What were the 3 schools we were talking about in the Big Ten?
Michigan, Penn State, Ohio State.
What about Oregon?
Okay. All right. It's fair. Oregon's in that mix now too. You're right. There's 4 now. If the Ducks maintain, obviously they lost a lot. Dan Lanning, I do think, is a great college football coach. but they lost a lot of talent, lost a lot of NFL caliber talent off that team from last year. So we'll see if they're back in the mix.
They also have a lot of money. So
they also have a cheat code. They have an infinite money glitch in Phil Knight turned on. There's no doubt about that. So we'll find out. I do find it interesting that when we talk about the richest college football teams, Oregon's never really mentioned in that. And I also know that Phil Knight at one point said that he was going to do whatever he needed to do as a billionaire alum to get a natty to Eugene as soon as possible. But I also know that since those comments, like, he hasn't really spoken out a lot, right? Like, he hasn't really said anything. So I wonder if Phil Knight is just busy doing Nike stuff, because Lord knows they got enough going on in the world of sports right now, or if he has kind of gone, I'm wasting my money. Like, I don't know. It's interesting.
Well, they're still giving him money. He's probably just not talking about because what he said would happen hasn't.
That's fair. That's fair. I do like Dan Lanning. I do like the Ducks. I do think the Ducks are probably in that second tier of contenders. I think there's a top tier. Texas, Georgia, Ohio State is in that top tier. I think there's a second tier. That is where I put Tennessee. It's where I put South Carolina. I think I'm moving Oregon down into that group this year until I see that they have replaced and gone in a different direction. Now, that being said, I also think that this is even though it is the Athletics list, I think this list to some degree is impacted by what is a new, unique, and probably essential element of college sports, college football in particular, but college sports as a whole, which is the most important thing that you can have right now outside of a good team and a good coach and a good athletic director, but I consider that part of that whole mix. Outside of direct impact on a football field, the most important thing that you can have right now is a great marketing team, a great branding team, a great social media presence, a great graphic design team, et cetera, et cetera. There is a cat that, because he got big, and the only reason I know about him is he got big when I was at my old station down in Florida. Obviously, we were 2 hours from Tallahassee. We covered Florida State quite a bit. Florida State had a guy he effectively became kind of like a viral contributor to Florida State. He's a graphic designer, and he was on social media. He was on Twitter in the early days of Twitter and all that. And he would regularly, make graphics and make images for Florida State. And he would, get pictures of kids that Florida State was recruiting, or he would create graphics about games that were coming up and whatnot. And he got a ton of reaction from Florida State fans who just thought his designs were super dope, were like super cool. And after a couple of years, this guy who was just like doing this for fun on the internet, and I wish I could remember the cat's name. I'll see if I can find it during the break. But this guy who basically got big by making homemade fan art about Florida State, right? Like, he would make the pictures of the recruits or whatever. He would send it to him and be like, hey, welcome to the Knoll family and all that. Eventually, Florida State hired this guy. They were like, all right, dude, you've got a big audience. You've grown a bunch. They hired this guy. They made him some title holder in their social media department. And Florida State, while their football team has stank, well, they haven't stank. They stank last year. Year before that, they were 13-0 and got bumped out of a playoff spot. Even though the team stank last year, their social media presence keeps them in the public eye. I do think that some of these rivalries feel a little bit forced. I'm with Chris. I don't know that I consider Penn State, Michigan a rivalry. Might it be down the line if these same 3-4 teams continue to be the dominant squads in the Big Ten? Yeah, absolutely.
He is also right. It is being built more and more in the media as a big deal, and it rarely becomes a win for Penn State.
I would agree with that, but again,
but that's what they're supposed to do. They want you to watch.
Exactly.
So.
Part of the job there is for the media, big air quotes, to generate interest to get you to watch football. And if we if we do that with conference games like Penn State, Michigan, even if they are one-sided, air quote, rivalries, then when that game comes up, even if it's been drilled into your skull unwillingly, you're still going to go, oh, I got interest in that. Now you're going to watch a game that otherwise may not be on the radar. You know what the best way to do that is? Just have both teams be top 10 teams and say it's a Big Ten championships spot on the line. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, I'm going to get to that baseball thing. I'll run you through 2 or 3 other stories I want to get to, and then we'll get the hell up out of here on a Tuesday edition of the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
I'm so glad a theory has been proven, at least I believe so, and that is Chris watches the stream. And thank you for watching the stream, Chris, and keep in mind that I rarely do not talk in sarcasm, and I was definitely being sarcastic. If I thought you were a bad caller, you would never make it on the air. But I think your calls usually are entertaining.
Lonzo is absolutely the dude that will say, hey, man, don't have time for it right now, or just put you on hold. There's not a bunch, but there are a couple of callers that were like, nah, we're good. We're good.
I used to have to turn many calls away on my other station. Sorry, you're not on topic. Well, you're going to put me on the air. No, I'm not. It's not your job. Well, yes, it is my job to decide if you're good enough to be on the air, and you're not talking on topic, so I can't let you on. And there are lists. People will act like there aren't inside radio. There absolutely are lists of callers that some hosts just do not want to be on their show.
I have had
We don't really have that list.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
We don't. There are definitely callers that when they call in, will like maybe go to break and be like, do we want to take this call, whatever. I have had in years gone by, I have had callers that I straight up am like, nope, that guy's banned. I don't want that guy back on the air. It takes a lot to get there. Usually you got to make a real ass out of yourself to make that happen. And I've never banned a caller for having a different opinion than I have. Like, it's a bad take. Like, I've never done that. But I've had people that have called in and acted like world-class buttholes on the radio. And it's like, you're not making the show better. So I don't need you.
Well, there's one particular host that I was producer with for a long time on WRD who would tell me I don't want that person on the air ever again, and I would put them on the air again on purpose because I thought it was funny. Because the calls were entertaining.
Yeah.
And if it was just bad, if they're like, if I'm having to hit the dump button every few seconds or something, but if someone gets on there and they're going and it's, so is that true? Is it true? Can he not stay on topic for a very long time?
No, I'm only laughing because I don't trust myself to stay on topic and I host the show. And I don't trust me.
Oh, I thought he was talking about himself.
No. He was.
Yeah.
He was. But I'm saying that's probably a part of the reason. It turns out, and I have learned this over the years, and this is not really a joke. ADHD people tend to flock together because your brains work on the same mindset, which is we can start a conversation, then go over here, then go over there, go over there, and then go back to the original conversation, and it's like I never missed the beat of the flow. But that is 100% an ADHD quality.
See, I get what you're saying. But I can usually go wherever you're going.
Buddy, I'm not convinced you're not a little ADHD. I think that's part of it. Honestly, I think people in this industry that last kind of have to be.
I think I'm just one of the bigger multitaskers. That's all.
Buddy, multitasking is
stop buddying me. Stop buddying me.
The ability to successfully multitask is absolutely an ADHD
I was told by a couple of people that men can't multitask, and I was like, you're an idiot.
I will also acknowledge, though, it depends on what I have to do multitask, right?
As you have done and I have done, try hosting and producing at the same time and tell me that you can't multitask. That is the ultimate multitasking. All these screens, doing this, and talking at the same time.
The Atlanta Braves are bad at baseball. That is no longer a hot take. That is just the opinion of anybody who has two eyeballs, a working television set, and has watched this team.
So we almost made it through a full show.
Almost.
Without you talking about how bad the Braves are.
Yeah, but there's a reason for it this time.
Okay.
There's a reason for it this time. And the reason is this. I have said a couple of times, and I have said a couple of times this week about this situation. I think there is a massive problem with Atlanta right now. And I understand it to some degree. The problem is that because of the fact that Brian Snitker has been in this organization for 40 plus years, there is a sense of loyalty to Brian Snitker that prevents Atlanta from moving on, which I genuinely believe, if this was not Brian Snitker in this role, if this was Freddie Gonzalez or whoever in this role, they would have been gone from this baseball team this season. Because at the end of the day, I do not care what your opinion is. This team has too much talent on its roster and too much talent on any 1 through 9 lineup in any given game to be 11 games below 500 going to the break. And on top of that, it was pointed out to me that the 2021 Atlanta Braves, the team that went on to win the World Series, they were, I believe, 1 game below 500 at the All-Star break. And I got asked yesterday because I put up a social media video, which you can see on Facebook.com/TheFanUpstate, on the X account for the Fan Upstate, or on any of my social media pages by following at The Rob Brown Show on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. I put up a video talking about this yesterday. And I had somebody, a Braves fan, reach out and say, Rob, why do you think that despite the fact that the 2021 team that won the World Series was also sub 500 at the break, why do you feel like the vibes are so much different? Like, Braves fans have zero opt-in. 2021, you're like, hey, we're below 500. It's the All-Star break, but like, we can get this right. We can get it tight, get it right. And my answer was, well, a couple of things. Number one, the baseball gods are relentless this year, right? It's like as soon as you start to get healthy, you get Strider back. He rolls out, or what? Pull a hammy playing catch. That's dumb. That's just dumb. That shouldn't happen. Then you have Chris Sale, who was added to the National League All-Star roster, will not be able to pitch, obviously, as he is still dealing with fractured ribs. Chris Sale's the best thing you got going for you on this baseball team. He lays out to catch a diving to dive and catch an infield fly, and he cracks 2 ribs. That is a 2-month-plus injury. You lose that guy. You had Ronnie come back. He went big dong a couple of times on his return. Then Ronnie has disappeared. Like, the baseball gods are just not smiling kindly upon the Atlanta Braves. But there's also the reality that, and this is the big thing, nothing's changing. Nothing. There's nothing changing. Nothing is changing in that, Michael Harris Jr., who did not walk in 150-plus at-bats. That's not a verbal typo. 150-plus at-bats, did not take a single walk. That's unheard of. That should be statistically impossible, yet it happened. They sat him down for 1 game. They sat him down for a game. They put him back in the lineup. You want to guess what happened with Michael Harris the second? Nothing. Exact same thing happened. So why do I bring this up? Why am I talking about it? Well, I'm bringing it up and I'm talking about it because just a few days ago, the Washington Nationals, who are another disappointing baseball team, even though the Nats were not expected to be much this year, the Nats also have been going on a rebuilding process the last couple of years. By the way, the Braves are 2.5 games ahead of this team that I'm about to talk about. Not expected to be much, not expected to do much, but they did expect to be trending upwards. They moved some guys. They got some good talent. In last year's draft, they've got the number 1 overall pick. In this year's draft, which is, I think, Thursday night is round 1 of the MLB draft. I'll keep it a buck with you. Outside of the names like Skeens, I'm like, all right. I know they're important. It's like college football recruiting. It's the lifeblood. It's the pipeline, whatever. I'll check in once guys get to Gwinnett and starts playing. Anyway, the Nats had a manager named Mike Rizzo. The was their general manager, and Dave Martinez was their head coach. Both of those guys got fired. Now, I would like to point out that both of those guys came to the Washington Nationals, and in year number 2, they won 93 games. They entered the World Series as big-time underdogs to the Houston Astros at the crux of the Astros MLB dynasty. Second year, they won 92 games. They won a World Series. I have a very dear friend who lives in this area who is a Nationals fan. He has stuff from that World Series hung in his office. And I've asked him before. I'm like, dude, you got a lot of stuff from a season. As a Braves fan, I certainly understand it. And he goes, yeah, but I'm a Nats fan. Like, we're never going to see that again. The Nationals took a 93-win team, and they have been descending ever since. Now, this guy won the Nationals, the one World Series that they have right now, and everybody in D.C. loved this guy. And on top of that, the Nationals committed to, I should say these two guys, because it was GM Mike Rizzo and head coach Dave Martinez. The Nationals committed to these two guys through the rebuild. They said, we know it's going to take a couple of years, but we're going to commit to these guys through the rebuild. We have loyalty to them. They won us a World Series. They got us where we went. They got us to the top of the mountain. We have loyalty. Except for, since then, they have been getting progressively worse, much like the Braves. 37-53, last in the NL East after getting swept by the Red Sox this weekend at home. Washington has not finished higher than 4th in the division since they won that 2019 World Series. Since the start of 2020, they are 325 and 473. The only team with a with a worse record dating back to the start of the 2020 season is the Colorado Rockies, who are the illustration of a joke of a franchise in American professional sports. This is a move that was made because the Washington Nationals looked and they said, we have loyalty to these guys. We have appreciation for these guys. We understand that the one banner blowing out by itself in the wind at our stadium is there because of these guys. We love these guys and we appreciate them, but what is happening right now isn't good enough. Now, it's different than the Braves. Braves are ahead of them, only by 2.5 games, but it was enough that even the Nationals said, yeah, they won us a World Series, much like Brian Snitker did. They've been in the franchise for a very long time. Not quite as long as Brian Snitker has, but they've been in the franchise 6+ years now. So the Nats said, this isn't good enough. I am not asking for my baseball team to go win a World Series or bust. I am not saying that it's NL pennant or bust. I'm not even saying it's win the division or bust, because it's a good division at the top with the Phillies and the Mets. What I'm saying is the expectations for this team were dramatically higher than the Washington Nationals. The Braves expected to be a division contender. They expected to be an NL contender. But hell, I would have said, hey, even if you get a wild card spot, right? Like, you can win the World Series from a wild card playoff spot. It has happened plenty of times. Just get in the dance. Right now, we're not even a threat to get in the dance. It's just not going to happen. The expectations for the Nationals, who are in a rebuild, not working towards rebuilding, not coming off a rebuild, they are actively, currently in a rebuild, had lower expectations than the Braves, and they had the guts to say, we're not meeting expectations. They had the guts to say, we're not doing what we were expected to do, and we chalk it up to the leadership of this team. We chalk it up to roster construction. That's the GM. We chalk it up to on-diamond performance. That's the head coach. We chalk it up to the guys in a leadership role. And while we have maintained loyalty to these guys, because even after the 2019 World Series, we were bad the next year. And then we said, you know what? Break it all down to the roots, down to the studs. Let's rebuild this thing. But We believe in you guys. We're loyal to you guys. We're going to let you stay in that role. We're going to let you stay in that position as we go through the rebuild. And even the Nationals, again, a team that is 2.5 games ahead of right now, the Braves are. Even the Nationals looked and they said, yeah, we got a bunch of loyalty, but like, you're not meeting your end of the deal. It is. Youngsters out there, listen to Uncle Rob. I'm just dropping life advice for free this morning. Listen to me. Loyalty is a wonderful trait to have. Loyalty is something that you, as you grow up, will learn to appreciate out of people, because loyalty is something that I think most people don't have anymore. We are a nation that puts itself first. We are a nation of people who put themselves first. Loyalty doesn't exist. So when you find it, cherish it, treasure it, grow it, celebrate it, acknowledge it, be sincere in gratitude for it. But also recognize that no matter what your job is, you have a level of obligation to other people to meet a bare minimum performance level. The Nationals had a lot of loyalty towards their GM and their head coach, Mike Rizzo and Dave Martinez. A lot of loyalty to these guys. But they said, you're not meeting the obligation. And we have obligations to the fans. We have obligations to the people who buy tickets, who buy merch, who buy swag, who watch on TV, and drive the ratings up so we can get paid. We have obligations to them. You're not meeting our obligations to us, and therefore we can't meet our obligations to them. So unfortunately, we appreciate your loyalty. We hope you appreciate the loyalty we've shown to you, but we got to go in a different direction. We got to spice it up a little bit. The Nationals pulled the correct move that the Braves won't. And nobody seems to explain to me why, other than we don't want to hurt Brian Snitker's feelings. Is his feelings more important than mine? Right now, the Braves are saying yes.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
That wasn't dramatic.
Isn't it all about feelings in the end?
Yes. I want to feel like you give a damn.
Well,
is that too much to ask?
Let's see how you feel about what's Xing today. The first thing that is Xing is Paul Heyman.
Paul Heyman is Xing because Paul Heyman was obviously a frontline feature of Monday Night Raw last night. Was out there with his new stable with Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker and Big Bronson Reed. I have not gotten a chance to watch Raw yet, but I will say this: I saw Seth call for the mic from Paul and Braun step in between him and take the mic and then just rip on Sami Zayn for a hot minute. I'm going to tell you right now, Braun Breaker is the most interesting thing about that faction right now.
All right.
Even with the briefcase in Seth Rollins' hand, Braun Breaker is the most interesting thing about that faction.
This does have to do with it. Paul Heyman cut a promo on Penta during that whole segment entirely in Spanish.
I did see that too.
And I'm trying to, and I guess everyone is racking their brain going, did we know he spoke Spanish, or did he just memorize that? Because it's just like, wait, what? And he
was pretty fluent with it.
And it kept going. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
And we've heard him do, speak in the Samoan language, which I don't remember what that's called. It might actually be this.
Tongan?
Yeah, it might be Tongan. We've heard him do other languages before, and is he smart enough to memorize something before he goes out there? Absolutely. But it seemed fluid.
It did, and I would also say...
I don't know anyone who speaks Spanish to know if it really was fluid or not.
It did seem fluid. I would say if you are in, and this is, again, more free life advice for the youths out there, go ahead and learn Spanish. International businesses, if you can speak English and Spanish and you can do both fluently and you can switch back and forth and you can act as a translator in that role, you're going to make a lot of money. If you are able to go in that locker room and you're able to have a conversation with Penta in Spanish and then turn around and have a conversation with Braun Breaker in English and you can meld the two, you're going to make a boatload of money. Paul Heyman ain't a dummy.
All right, the next thing that's Xing is Kevin Love.
Kevin Love is Xing because Kevin Love was part of the 7-player NBA trade that went down the first, or excuse me, 7-team NBA trade. Why didn't we talk about that yesterday? Because the reality is, yeah, it was a 17 deal, but it really wasn't. It was a bunch of micro deals between teams that all had to come full circle. So, I mean, it was, but also it wasn't like 7 teams were trading 7 superstars in a circle. Anyway, Kevin Love was in that 17 deal and was sent to the Utah Jazz, if I recall correctly, which if there's one guy in the league who fits in with the Jazz, it is Kevin Love. That being said, jokes aside.
What does that mean? What's
He's just the whitest dude in the league.
So only white people live in Utah?
Is that what I said?
I'm trying to understand.
Be real. Stereotypes for a reason. I want you to go watch a Utah Jazz game and watch the demographics in the arena. It's pretty one-sided. It's Utah. I ain't mad at it. It's how it broke down.
I really don't look at demographics when it comes to that because I don't see color.
Good for you. You're better than all of us,
the biggest surprise to me was that Kevin Love was still playing.
That being said.
Because I thought he retired or was done, so it's like, okay, good for him.
That being said, I did watch a Jazz. I've been watching Summer League the last 3 nights. Shut up, I'm a junkie. I need my basketball. Ace Bailey might be a dude. He had like 34 last night.
He was also Xing. The thing is, Kevin Love put out a Joe Dirt video. It looked like Kid Rock. I've never seen Joe Dirt. Is Kid
Rock?
That. Is Kid Rock in?
Yeah, Joe Dirt.
Okay,
yeah, he's like he's like Joe Dirt's direct antagonist. He's really funny in that movie.
I live in Gray Court. I don't need to look at that. I could just go to another neighborhood.
You're coming to my guy all wrong. You talk to him like that again, I'm going to stab you in the eye with a soldering iron.
All right.
Christopher Walken's in that movie, too.
Okay.
It's great. If you haven't seen Joe Dirt, go watch it. I guarantee you'll love Joe Dirt.
All right.
Guarantee it.
The next thing that's Xing is Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes is Xing. I do not know if this is the reason, but he was at the San Diego Padres game last night where Manny Machado became the 5th active player and the 297th player of all time to get 2,000 hits. I saw they put him up on the big Jumbotron and all that. I don't know if that's why.
All right. They asked him if he was happy about his ranking, the top 100 players.
Yeah.
And he said he doesn't care about rankings. He cares about championships.
Cool.
Checks and championships.
Would it be a buzzkill, Pat?
Oh, no.
Would it be a buzzkill, Pat?
New haircut,
buzzkill,
new focus.
Pat.
You guys should be afraid.
Yeah, he's got that Dylan Raiola cut now. That's the kid at Nebraska.
I got it. I can't stop coughing.
I see that.
You guys should be afraid. You should be.
Hey,
Chiefs are back.
Here's breaking news on the way out the door to make your day better. Everybody except Alonzo. Nearly 20 years after airline passengers were first required to move their shoes for security, TSA has announced that the policy is being phased out. Yay! I don't have to wear slip-ons to the airport anymore.
Boo!
Exciting.
Now we can have more shoe bombers. No.
I'm assuming it's because they found a new... Okay. That might be a topic tomorrow, not going to lie. Y'all have a great rest of your day. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show. If you didn't, I don't know what to tell you. It'll be better tomorrow, so come back and try again. For Lonzo, I'm Rob. Have a great day. The Rob Brown Show is on the Fan Upstate. Later.
And let me tell you, you don't know ball.
Yeah, James, you can talk all you want because your team beat my team. So I'm not,
What is going on with Will Smith?
I haven't listened to any of this. Apparently, the song, are they?
They're awful. Not only are they awful, but he's being weird.
By whose standards?
Everybody.
Okay, I mean,
he's viral on the internet for being weird. He's got a show. He's got a song out right now called "Pretty Girls," and it's this it's like he took his old rap style. It's like he took his old rap style, but then he transported it back further in time, and it's just not good. And he's being real weird about it. And then he's popping up in the middle of streets and neighborhoods and just doing rap of his new songs. But the songs are terrible, and people are just like, "Is that Will Smith?" It's weird.
Is it charting?
No.
I don't see.
No, they're dude. When I tell you they're bad, I am musically open-minded and willing to give stuff that doesn't catch me on the first ride a try. I listened to his Pretty Girl song because I'm like, okay, Millennium was a huge album back in the day for me. I used to get jiggy with it. Nah. I'm down to give him a shot. I'll give him the redemption opportunity. I know that Jada done played with his head and messed him up a little bit. I'm willing to blame her for everything. Dude, I'll listen to it, and it's like, oh, okay, well, you're a grandpa now. You have to stop. You have to stop this.
Is he a grandpa?
No, but he's old enough to be a grandpa.
I mean, his kids are
old
he'll be
enough
one. To have kids.
If they're going to have kids, he's not far from it.
Actually, I think he's my age or something.
I think he is.
Yeah.
I know he's in his, at least his late 50s. He's 56.
Yeah, he's my age. That's exactly my age. I thought he was.
He's not old enough that he can't be relevant if he'd just be normal. But, you're making the same songs you made with Jazzy Jeff, but now you're 56 with 22-year-old booty shakers in your videos, dude. Stop. It's weird.
So what should he be talking about? The Villages? I mean, what's he be rapping about?
I ride my golf cart on a road. I try to pick up all these old hoes. Bang. There you go, Will Smith. I just wrote you a better bar than you have written in the last 2 months. You're welcome. You're welcome, Will Smith.
Now I want to see that video. But, yeah.
I'll make an old guy rap video. I found this video this morning of this guy who was like walking out in the woods and he found these two rams and their horns were tangled from headbutting, right? Mm-hmm. And he walks up to him and they're both laying on the ground. They're obviously exhausted because they can't get detached. He walks up to him and he like works with him and he gets the horns and the one of them gets up and runs away into the woods. I guess they're like on the side of a mountain or something, runs into the woods. And the other one gets up and he like runs 10 steps and he stops and he turns back around and he looks at the guy. It's like this sweet moment where it's like the ram saying, thank you for freeing me. Boom! And just grills the guy right in the hip. I mean, just smokes this dude. And he just goes to the ground. The camera goes tumbling like off into the woods. And you hear from a distance go, what the dude? It's hysterical.
Yeah, I mean, I get helping, but as soon as that ram turned, I would have been looking for a tree or something.
There's also a video. Was Jason Momoa trending by chance?
No.
Oh, okay. Because he was at the Black Sabbath show, and apparently
that was yesterday.
He was. He emceed it, and then he got in the mosh pit. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, dudes, that's it for us. Thanks for being here. You're all amazing people. Tell your friends about us. We're trying to get rich and famous and retired ASAP. We'll see you all back here tomorrow, at least I hope. Have a great day. Goodbye.